everyone, it's me Darlington Gospel again. Today we have a fresh build for you. Basically I have a fresh build for you. So I also have good news for you as well. And make sure you stick around throughout the video because I'm going to be showing you step by step on how to implement a decentralized autonomous organization. Yes. Yeah, so we're going to do that today, a full build. So you better get yourself ready because we're going to crush some knuckles here today. So it's going to be built up with React, Tailwind, and Solidity, of course, all that cool stack. You're going to see how to beautify dark mode, light mode. You're going to see all that in action today. I hope you're pumped like I am because today is a huge big day. Okay, so let me just show you the app. Okay, here is our application. It's running on the local host. Whenever you refresh, you just pop you up with this information like please connect your wallet if you haven't already connected your wallet. Okay, so with this you can just simply click on connect wallet button and you select the account. I'm using I'm using local networks. Okay, so these are my Ganache accounts. So I'm using Ganache. This is a Truffle build, so it's not etas.js, this is Truffle. So I mean it's not hard, this is Truffle, so just get used to that. I'm going to be shooting videos on Truffle and hard hat because that is what you need to actually go far in this realm, in being a Web3 developer. So I'm going to connect this wallet. It's connected and you can see this is my account here. Okay, cool stuff. The first thing you need to notice here is that this application is completely what should I say, it's completely responsive. I'm going to just pop this out right here, and okay, at this place here I'm going to come and try to just show you how responsive it is. Just watch what happens once you see how the dominion name just disappeared, and yeah, and you see as this form right here, you see as it increase to the full width as I go smaller, you see that is how responsive it is. In small screen, this is smallest of it, and a large screen, everything also is responsive. And again, you can toggle up this light mode, and this is what dark mode. Yeah, look at that again. You understand that is it in dark mode. I could come here. There is no proposal right here in this system. It's showing 0 proposal. So I've not the DAO doesn't have any money on it. Nobody have made any contribution. Basically, this is like a DAO that is uniquely designed for charity causes, okay, where people can come contribute. If you contribute up to 1 ethers, you become a stakeholder, and when you're a stakeholder you can actually make proposals. You can propose, okay, we want to donate this amount of money to this cause, this thing, orphanage, whatever, you understand that? And that is what I'm going to show you how you do that. So let's say for example I donate 0.5 ethers, and then I click contribute. You see this menu popped out for me telling me, okay, I need to authorize this transaction. So I click okay, and you see that money has been added. This is all the money that is in the DAO, and this is my own account. This is how much I have contributed. Okay, so I could come here. Let's say I contribute 6 ethers, and once I click that, and contribute, see that this button is activated for me, so I can actually make some proposals now. What about if I change my account, and let's say I come here and use this other account, okay, and okay, see that button is gone. Now I could just say, you see that this is the total amount in the DAO, okay, and I have this particular account hasn't contributed anything. So let's say this account contributes 2 ethers and then contribute. Boom. Okay, it's been contributed. Okay, there is an error right here on the console. this is one of the things that you must take note. Sometimes whenever you see this TX nouns of this particular error that always contain these nouns, all you just need to do is go to your MetaMask wallet and click on this icon, go to settings, search for reset account, click this button, reset it, and click out, okay, and perform that transaction again. And let's try that again. Boom. Okay, it worked this time. You can see this is total balance here. This is what we have for my own particular account. Okay, so with this, I would like to create a proposal. Let's say I want to propose, so should fund Donald Trump election. Alright, and let's say it's 4 ethers we want to give to this, and this is what the beneficiary. I'm going to do this lorem ipsum here, and I'm going to just come click what submit proposal. Then I have to authorize this, and once it is authorized, you see that this is it, and it's going to expire in 1 minute. So I'm just going to accept this, vote. Okay, one person has voted. I'm going to choose this second account. Alright, and click on accept as well, and click confirm. Okay, you can see 2 people has voted, and you can see the people that actually voted. So now all we just need to do is to wait for this particular this to be expired. Okay, like currently right now it's not expired, and once 1 minute goes off, then it will expire. This you can actually set it to be 1 day, 7 days, or whatever duration that you like before an election. Before a proposal is expired. And by the time it gets expired, if it is accepted, if the number of votes, okay, for example, the number of votes here, okay, we have 2 acceptees here and 0 rejectees, so this one is going to pass. But if it's a tie or rejected, that means it will not pass. The beneficiary can't get paid. Like now, it's expired. Okay, so now I want to show you now after the DAO, the stakeholders, because only stakeholders can actually vote. You can see 2 stakeholders have voted, and they voted accepted. Now, if this is the particular account here, this account here, this is account that you're supposed to receive this money right now. So a stakeholder cannot come here, because only a stakeholder is allowed to pay out, and click on this payout for this one. Okay, and click confirm. It's gonna be confirmed. See, it's paid out, and you can see this green button say paid. And when you click here and you come and you check out, you see we now have 104 ethers. All right, so this becomes the balance of what the beneficiary, those that are actually going to be that the person, the organization that we are funding. And you can see that our DAO balance actually decreased. Okay, so this is how this is what we are planning on achieving here. All this whole cool stuff, this is what we're going to do in this particular tutorial. I hope you're pumped for it, and if you're pumped, please smash that like and subscribe button and hit that notification bell, because you'll be having all this sort of sweet real Udemy like courses. Okay, please take note, my Udemy courses are coming. Okay, just make sure that all your Web3 needs, you get them there. Okay, I'm going to show you can even get it for a specialized places. So many good stuff are coming in here, like private membership, where if you want to learn real special Web3 courses, I'm going to give it to you there for free. Of course it's not going to be for free, but what I meant is that we're going to have such thing where we can have specialized classes, amazing classes to teach you all these things. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you for this place. And for the good news, okay, I just launched my book on blockchain development. All right, and I would like to show you. Boom. There we go. So this is a book I just launched, right? And it's called capturing smart contract development. Okay, that is, you can get it right now, on Buy Me a Coffee. I'm going to drop the link right there. It's not that costly. You can get it in comparison to what is being sold on the smart contract category and blockchain development. This book is just is okay. So you can get it. I will later put it on Amazon as well, so that you can get it there on Amazon if you want it on Amazon, or you can get it from the link that I will drop below in this video. So I spent an insane amount of time developing this book. This book took a lot of time. So when you use this book, you're gonna go from zero on basics, nothing of knowing how to develop a smart contract, to becoming a guy that is an in-demand guy in smart contract development. That you go from not being able to know what the heck is blockchain and smart contract to knowing what the heck is blockchain and smart contract, and then starting using it to produce whatever you want, the kind of application that you see me release on this channel. All of these things are my knowledge that I've amassed upon this book, and I would like you to have a taste of it. So make sure you go there and actually purchase this book. Okay, so with that said, I would like to jump into the tutorial. Please make sure you like and subscribe and share, make known this channel, for the channel's growth. I really will appreciate that. Okay, with that said, let's jump into the tutorial. Okay, in building this particular demonstration, that application you just saw me build, I have 2 starter kits which are for free. Just go to my repository. Please make sure you leave stars on this project. Okay, please star them so that it will get good star rating. I really will appreciate that. And please don't forget to follow me on Twitter. On LinkedIn, I am actually there. You can chat with me there on Twitter and on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, on Twitter, just search for I.Tonic. You'll find me there. Okay, and on LinkedIn, just search for Darlington Gospel. You find me there. Connect with me. I would like to hear from you. I would like to chat with you. Okay, so with that said, so let's clone this repository. This repository has all the essential ingredients for building a Truffle-based application. Okay, so we're going to copy this here, come to the terminal. All right, I'm going to go to my project directory. So I go to sites. This is where I store all my projects. Okay, so let me make that. All right, and I'm going, sorry, say ls. Okay, I'm gonna make, okay, yeah, I'm gonna put it in this folder here. So let's call this application, this is how you clone. Please make sure you already have Git installed. Okay, Git is important for this. Just Google it, Git, and you can, this is Git bash. This is what I mean, Git bash. Okay, all right, so you come here. Okay, all right, this is Git bash. Okay, it should be installed on your computer for it to really flow with what I'm doing right here. So you need to install Git bash. You need to install Node.js. Okay, Node.js is super important. You can't run anything here without Node.js. You need to install Truffle. Okay, you install Truffle, and you also need to install Ganache. Okay, so this is Truffle. This is the smart contract development framework that you've been using for developing all your smart contract. In fact, in following this particular tutorial, you need to get this this need to be installed on your local machine. And for the blockchain server, I'm going to using a Ganache CLI. Okay, Ganache CLI is the blockchain server that we're going to be using for this particular tutorial. Like, this is it right here. Let me remove this from dark mode. Okay, so this particular version is depreciated, but I think they have a new version that you can just install. Okay, you install them globally on your machine. You need to install Ganache-CLI globally on your machine, and you need to also install Truffle globally on your machine. Okay, and to do that, all you just And to do that, all you just need to do is what? You say to install Truffle globally on your machine, you just need to do Truffle, no, npm install -g, okay, say Truffle. All right, and that will install it on your machine. For Windows users, you can what? Install it with admin rights, okay? And for Mac users, you can just say sudo, okay? And then what? Click on it. It will require your password, and then you install it. All right. So that is how you install Truffle on your machine. And then for Ganache, you need to install Truffle. No, you need to install npm by running npm install, okay, -g, and then you say Ganache -cli, and then you click. But you must install this globally, so you need to give it this right for Mac users, and then for Windows users, you log in. You install it using admin rights. Okay, so these are the essential things you need to do to have this installed. All right. So with that said, let us clone this repository right here, because this is what we're going to be using for writing this application. So you say git clone this, and I'm going to call this DAO, okay, and click clone. So it's going to clone it into that repository. Fantastic. And after doing that, you clear it up, you cd into it. You can do cd DAO, okay, and then you open it on your code editor, which VS Code is what I'm using. Okay, so you open it on VS Code, and this is it. So this is it literally. There is some things that you must update. For example, you see that this is a starter kit. Okay, there are some vital stuff. This is a package.json. These are all the things I will need to install for this project, but I would like to install something extra. And what is that extra thing? I've finished this particular build, so I'm just going to come to my repository here. Okay, this is down here. Please make sure you leave a star, right? And then you come to this repository and you open package.json. I'm going to just copy this particular package.json because it has all the things that I need to write this. So I'm going to update it here. Okay, so this one comes with things like moment, it comes with React moment, it comes with React identical, it comes with React Toastify. So these are those things like rechart, which gives us that bar chart that we saw from that demo. Okay, so we need all these things, and we can just change it to what? DAO. All right, not spelled it wrongly, DAO. Okay, DAO means Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and this is one of the major use cases in blockchain development. DAOs are very important for organization and for making for voting on stuff, for making executive decisions for company. So for organizations, so you need this sort of thing. So for you to actually grow and be able to understand the whole space of the blockchain, you need to be able to have crushed this build. All right, so with that said, you open your terminal. Okay, and I'm going to bump in this. Okay, so that is good enough to be seen by all. I'm going to say clear, and I'm going to run this yarn. I'm using yarn, so in case you don't have yarn, you have to install yarn. Okay, so but if you have yarn, that's cool. But if you don't want to use yarn, you can use npm. All right, so do yarn install. All right, and click enter. So it's going to go about installing all these dependencies for you. All right, and once that is done, then you are good to go. Okay, so this process is going to take some time to get installed. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate the recent I'm going to duplicate. You have to do this, but me, I just have to duplicate one of my existing projects and then use it to and clean it up and reset it, bring it back to the norm, and then work with you from there. Okay, so that is what I'm going to do in this place right now. So I'm going to come here. This is I'm going to close my VS Code. Make sure I'm opening this. No, close my VS Code. All right, come to this place. I'm going to delete this one. Okay, but you have to install it like I've told you. Okay, so I'm going to come to Dapps, and this is you. I copy this, bring it here, paste it, paste item. Okay, so it should be a lot faster for me to duplicate it this way than running the whole installation. Is going to take me some time, and I don't have time to waste. So I'm just going to duplicate this here and open it on VS Code. Okay, so I'm going to change it to rename it to what? DAO. All right, so just gonna open it in VS Code. So this is it in VS Code. I'll remove folders that ain't really necessary for this. I'm gonna remove all these files that are not necessary. These file-based things should be gone. And I'm gonna come to this SRC. I'm gonna delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this, because I'm going to show you how to do all these things from scratch. Delete this, make sure I delete this, and here, okay. So, but here, I'm just going to remove this and just, restore it to normal. And say something like, hello world. Okay, I saved that. Okay, so with this done now, this is the default of the project. So I could just run the next thing here. I could run yarn start to start it up on the browser. Okay, waiting. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is a bare bone project. This is the bottom. This is how it is. Just a Tailwind configured project that we can start from scratch here. You and I, one-on-one, we're just going to go and do this thing together. All right, so you're ready? Let's start building. Okay, hope you're ready, because this is going to be fun doing this with you. Please make sure you drop comments on the comment section if you have any questions. I take questions, and you can see from my comment that I do answer basically all questions. Okay, so don't worry about that. Just drop your comments, give it a thumbs up, the like, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell and all that. Okay, so I'm gonna close this for a moment. Okay, and I'm gonna bring this here. Okay, all right, so that you can see what I'm doing. Okay, this is app. All right, so at this place here is a home component. The first thing I want to do is I want to come here and I want to give some class. Okay, let's say class name here. This is just mean. So the minimum height for this particular build, should be screen. So in Tailwind, that means that it should be the entire screen. So because for now, what I mean by that, if I say bg-red, at 500, I save that, so that this is it. So when I apply this, if I say minimum dash height, minimum dash height. Am I spelling that correctly? No, it's not spelled height, it's spelled H. Height H dash screen. If I say the entire screen, if I click on that, you see that the entire screen is not taking the width. That is what it means. Okay, so I don't need this color here. All right, so the background should be white. Of course, it's already white. Text should be what? Gray at 900. So take note of that. And okay, and on dark mode, it should have a background of this specific color 21, 29 and 36. Okay, so basically this is what is going to be on a small screen, okay, on a dark mode. All right, but we haven't done all this thing yet. So and the text is going to be what? Gray at, okay, so this text on dark mode as well, it's going to be what? 300 instead. So I'm going to change that like that and break this. Okay, so save this so everything returns back to this. Okay, so this is all we need right now for the app component. So I want you to come to this SRC here, create a new folder, call it components, okay, in small letter, and inside that component folder I want you to create a new file, call it header.jsx. all right, so header.jsx, and I'm using this React function component, this shortcut to populate this. And if you don't know what that is, if you come to extensions, this particular extension called React, called ES7 plus React plus Redux, it just gives you a snippet shortcut for you to really populate and make your work faster. So this is it here. I'm going to save it, bring it to this place here. This is the app components. I'm going to load up the header file here. Okay, so this is the header file. You can see that thing changed to what? Header. So now I want to work on this place, this header. In working with this header, there are some classes that we need to give to this header. Class name, for example, we want this header to be sticky, okay, and stays at the top, and the Z index to be what? 50, and on dark mode, it should be text blue, text to be what? Blue at 500. Okay, you see the reason why we're using this dark mode here. And okay, now inside of this place we want to create a nav bar, and we want to say the class name for this nav bar is nav bar expand dash LG on shadow SMMD, padding Y and top to be 2 pixels. Should be relative because I want to use some positioning. Relative, and it should be a flex. Items to be what? Center. Okay, items to be centered, and these flex bustings, and the width should be what? Full. Width should be full. Justified should be what? Between. Background to be what? That is BG to be what? White. Okay. Background to be white. On dark mode, I want the background to be basically the same thing as this here. I'm going to copy that column, paste it here, and let us call it nav. You can save that. You can see what is happening here. So this is how our nav currently looks like, and let's continue working on it to bring the best out of it. So you click enter, create another div here, and call this div class name. The padding, the x-axis is going to be what, 6, and the width of it is going to be full, of course, and it's going to be flex, going to be flex wrap, and items going to be what, center, okay, and justify going to be what, between items going to be what, center. Okay, I've already said that. Okay, so after doing this, inside of here, we want to say we have another div. All this div will make sense to you in a moment. So this is grow, and it's flex, okay, justify to be what, between, and items to be what, center. Padding, all round padding should be what, 2. Okay, and afterward this is like, okay, see how it looks right now. So this is going to be like our logo. Okay, this is where our logo is going to stay, and we're going to use React router DOM to make this sort of adjustment. Okay, so for now, let us call this an A tag and an anchor tag. All right, and we'll later change that. Say logo, and in this place I could give a class name. Let's say this class name is going to be flex, of course, and justification is going to be start, and item is going to be center, and space x will be 3. Okay, great. So you save this, and let's add our logo now. For logo, we are using, we're importing these we're importing FA user secret from React icons /FA. Okay, we want to use this particular icon here, so we're going to put it here. Say paste it here, sorry. Okay, when I save that, see this hacker, hacker image right there. So I'm going to bump the size of this particular distinct icon to 25. Okay, that is more pronounced. And now let's give it a class. Let's call it class name cursor to be what? Pointer. Because currently if I hover this, okay, it's already there, there's no point, you know, making this redundant. And next, again, I want to add that name, span. I want to say dominion. Okay, so let's tie that particular word a little bit. Want to make sure that it is invisible by default, but on medium screen and above, but visible. So that means it's not going to be visible on small screen size, but on large screen size, it's going to be what? Visible. So, now on dark mode, this should be the color text gray. Okay, so let's save that. So it's not visible right now, but what if I expand this? You see that it's visible. Okay, so let's continue working on this. All right, so let's create another div here underneath here. All this div is going to contain all those icons. Okay, icons. It's going to contain those icons. Okay, let me see the one on website dominion. Okay, so right now see this icon. Okay, and this button, we want to create that. So to do that, we come here to this left side, because if you look here, justification is between, so it's going to stay in the both side of this. So I'm going to say here that class name is flex. Of course, this is going to be flexed, and justification is going to be what? Center. Items is going to be what? Center, and space x is going to be what? 5. Okay, and MD, I'm going to bring an icon here. It's called an MD light. Okay, light mode. Right, so let's bring this from material design. FA means, you know, font awesome, you know. MD means material design, so I'm going to bring this from what? MD. Okay, so let's save this and see. Okay, yeah, look at that here. See that little icon over there? First, we're going to give the size of 25 to bump it up. Fantastic. Okay, so with that, but we need to apply cursor to the pointer. Class name, cursor, your pointer. Why we need to add this? So that when we hover, it could look like a button. Okay, so and after this, we need to put a button by the side. So say button. Okay, so this button is called connect wallet. Okay, so in connecting wallet, say px class name, give it a class name, px-4 and py. Padding to the x-axis is 4, padding to the top axis or up axis or y-axis is 2.5, and the background is going to be what? Blue at 600. So we save this. This is how the button looks like currently. Okay, so we're going to do font size is going to be what? Medium. And the text is going to be what? Small screen, small. Going to be leading at tight. Save that. Okay, and want to make it uppercase. Okay, fantastic. And want to say it's rounded to be what? Full. Rounded to be full. Save that. Fantastic. And want to say shadow MD. So it gives us a little shadow that is added. We just can't see it yet. And then say shadow / black. Let's do this. See how it is, but we can use shadow gray. It at 300. Let's see that. About at 500. Okay, 400. Okay, so moving on, I want to give it whenever we hover to it, we want the blue color to become a little bit thicker or darker. So we're going to make it 700 on hover. See that? Fantastic. That is what we're looking for. And when you hover, let the shadow become larger even. So let's say that. Shadow LG. Okay, and this isn't really necessary here. So we can say on focus, we want the outline to be what? None. We don't want to give it any outline, because what I mean by focus, sometimes it produces a line by the side, but with this it restricts the button from having too much ring. Okay, so most of these things are unnecessary. So just gonna on active, let the blue button come to 800. Okay, so what does that mean? When I press this, you see the way it goes to 800, that dark. Okay, and we want to give it some transitions. So say transition duration should be 150, and easing out on dark mode. Text color, text should be what? Hue at 500, and still on dark mode. It should have a border of 1 pixel, and in that dark mode it should have border color to be what? Blue, and at 500. And on dark mode, the background of this button should be what? Transparent. Okay, so I need to give this thing a text to be what? White. Okay, so with that is how the button is right there. See how clean this is. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. So let's really work on this header, and let's bring in the dark mode ability as well to facilitate our work, to make our work look cleaner. So what we want to do is to, first of all, I want to change this A tag, no, anchor tag, to link, and this link, it comes off from React Router DOM, and since it comes from there, I'm going to say where is it going to? Going toward the home page. When I save that, okay, so it's basically going to the home page. Okay, that replaces the A tag. I want to bring in some logic here. First of all, I want to say some use state here. So say in this theme here, and say set theme is equal to use state the importing use state from React. Okay, so I want to what? Check the local storage dot theme if we have something like that already, and want to define another one called, basically this is just an if else statement, a theme color. I want to say this theme above, okay, is it equal to dark mode? If it is equal to dark mode, we want it to give it light this time. Otherwise, you should what? Just take it to what? Dark. All right. So this is what this particular what is it called? Variable contain, and we also have another one called darken. Okay, which is equal to what? This theme. If it's equal to what? You see, this equal to is actually triple. Okay, so take note of that, which we're talking about both the type of the data that is being compared with. So if it is dark, okay, want it to return true, else should return false. Okay, so those are some variables, and not only that, want to bring in use effect. Okay, so I want to say use effect, or I want to say use effect, importing it from React, of course. This effect as syntax. Okay, I want to say this const, want to define root, want to grab the root which is in window, root of the page. Okay, window dot document element, okay, and I want to say this root dot class list. Okay, and then want to remove this theme color. Okay, whatever is there by default, we want to remove it, and want to say the same root, want to add class list dot add, want to add what we want to add, okay, which is this theme. I want to add the theme, and I want to say local storage dot set item. What are we setting? I want to call this thing theme, and what are we setting with whatever we put here as theme? Okay, which is theme is whatever we set here. All right, so yeah, I'm going to create another function that will toggle this theme. So basically this sets up your theme for you, and then you say set theme to be what? This theme color. All right, so let's save that. Oops, by default it becomes that. I'm gonna remove this shadow here. I could say something like on dark mode, shadow dash transparent, and I save that. Let's call that save. let's just remove this totally. Okay, we don't want it is messing up anything that we've done so far. So let's just remove this for now. Okay. Alright, so let's save that. See, that keep on toggling. Okay, basically this keep on toggling it. Okay, so now let's work on this first. Let's create a function called toggle light. Toggle light is equal to add arrow function. And what does it do? It grabs all these things as well. Okay, and we'll actually set the local storage. Yeah, I know what is happening. We shouldn't use this here. We should bring it here instead, so that this will set it up automatically for us. Okay, and this is going to refresh. It's going to have a dependency on the theme color and on the theme itself, so that it will refresh automatically. So you see that it's no longer refreshing it. Okay, now we just need to hook up this toggle function to one of to this moonlight, as you call this particular function here. So what we're going to do is have another. Let's import another another thing here. Call it FA moon. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this. FA moon. So let's do that. So I want one of these, either one of these showing. Okay, when it is dark, I want this to show. When it is light, I want this to show. So how do we do that? All right, so we can use if else condition here. So we want to say either way, both of them toggles this button. So let's say const on click function, say toggle on click function toggle light. Okay, so let's click that. You see, whenever we click, it just keep on toggling it for us. Fantastic. So now we want to just show up one of these buttons in these two modes. Okay, so either one of them should show. We can't have the both of them showing together. Doesn't make sense. So all we need to do about that, to have that accomplished, we can say, and put an if else condition around here. We can say, is it darken? If it is darken, you know, want it to present something, otherwise you present this other thing. So, you know, I'm gonna bring this here. Otherwise just bring in this. Okay, so this is a condition right here. So when I click that, you see it saved. When I click this, it shows this particular one, and I click this, show this one. And now we can actually say shadow on shadow dash transparent on dark mode. Okay, so you see on dark mode shadow is transparent, and then in light mode is showing. Okay, so this is some cool stuff here. This is how you actually implement a light mode and a dark mode in a React-based application. All right, that is it for this particular component. Let's move on to the next component on our list. But before we do that, there is something I need to check out if it makes any difference. Where are you? Text gray here. I want to delete this on dark mode. I want to see if it makes any difference. It doesn't, basically, because why it doesn't make any difference, because I've already specified here that on dark mode in the entire application all the text should be what, text gray at 300. I just wanted to clear that up. Okay, so the header component is complete. All right, we're going to go to the next component here on the list, which is the banner component. And the banner component, let's create a new file, call it banner. .jsx, and just populate this. Save that and import it here. And save that. You see that banner pops up right there. So let's work on this banner. The banner basically holds all this information, such as this down to this place here, from here to here. So these are the information that are contained on the banner. So we want to work on that. So to work on it, I want to say, first of all, this should have a class name, padding, all round padding of 8. And I do that, you see, fantastic. You position it very well. Next, I want to say a h2 tag that says, let's just say 5 proposals currently opened. Right, save that. And I want to give some classes to say the font is what, semi bold, and the text size is what, 3 times of extra large, and the margin to the bottom is what, 5. So let's save that. Okay, fantastic. Next thing, we need a p tag, and in this p tag I want to say current DAO balance. We can supply a strong tag here. I want to say, I'm just going to put these things, numbers, string, basically mean the same thing as what it was before, but it will give me a quick understanding that this way I can interpolate my React code, my JavaScript code. So now I'm break tag here, and I'm declaring, I can say, but before that I want to say your contributions, and then okay, and in this strong span now to say strong ETH, okay, and let's just render this thing that we're writing. Okay, this is what we're currently writing now. Let me put this here. Okay, so just like we have it here, that's what we're doing basically. So we're saying that and you are, I'm just going to copy this text here. No, it's not there. And you are now a stakeholder stakeholder, and let's see, let's bring in a smiley face. Can't get a smiley face. So, but I want to put this in a string. Sorry, I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to say false. By default, paste this. Otherwise, it should what? Just show me no. Just mind you that this is what it's supposed to show. Okay, like this. All right, this is what it's supposed to show, but I want to put it in a conditional thing. Okay, because you can't say he's a stakeholder when he's not a stakeholder, so I want to put it there. So this condition we put in here will determine what we show here later on. So after this, we want to say HR tag. In this HR, we want to give it a class name of margin on the y axis is going to be 6. Save that, see that line. That's what we're creating, and we're saying the border is what gray at that same 300 to maintain that color, and I want to say in dark mode the border should be at gray of 500. So you see what it is. So when I change it like this, okay, so that is what is happening under the hood right there. And after this, I want to create another p tag. In this time, I want to say the if else. This is going to be based upon the condition that I will supply later. Okay, the condition has two things that it can tell us. Okay, so all right, so this is the condition. If this condition is true, we want it to say you can now raise proposals, okay, on this platform. Okay, and otherwise you can say, hey, when you contribute up to 1 ETH, you become a stakeholder. Okay, so this is basically what we're doing here. So hey, when you contribute up to 1 ETH, you become what? A stakeholder. So this person has not contributed up to 1 ETH. So if the contribution has gotten up to 1 ETH, is going to what? Also change for him here. All right, with that going on, the next thing I want to write is another division that will hold this form here and this contribution button here. So let's work on that. Say div class name is what? Flex. Justify content to be start, items, what? Center, and medium screen size, width to be what? 1/3. Okay, and on small screen side and below, it should be width to be what? Full, and margin to the top is what? 4. I'm going to break this down to multiple rows so that we can see them clearly. Okay, so inside this div now, I'm going to say an input. Type is what? Number. And of course it's going to have a class name. This class is going to be form-control block, and is also what? Width of full. Padding to the x is 3, padding to the y is 1.5. Now we're going to save that. This is what we're doing right here. This is how it is currently. So you say text is going to be what? Base. So that is like the font size, and font dash normal, and the text is gray at 700. So we save that, no different yet. And we want to say bg dash clip dash padding. I want to say border will be what? Border is what? Solid, and border is what? Gray at 700 still. Okay, and want to change something. I want to say in the dark screen, BG is what? Transparent. BG transparent. Okay, look at it. So on white screen, this I look. On dark, this I look. So not done. So I want it to be rounded. Okay, and I want to give it some transition. Okay, ease in out. I want to give it the margin of 0, and I want to make sure that it has a shadow of medium size. Okay, and on focus, the text is gray at 500. And on focus, outline will be none. Outline will be none. Okay, this input has a lot of classes. Okay, so still on this dark mode, I want to give it border gray at 500. Don't we already have? Okay, border dash gray at 500. Okay, it's more lighter here. Okay, so that will be all for that. All those classes, I want to make sure that it has placeholder to be EG to 1 meters. Okay, so that is what it basically is all about. Of course, it's going to be what required. That, yeah. Ooh, man. Okay. Now I'm just going to copy this same space here. Come here below. paste it. I really don't need all this other one. And here we're gonna do the button, call it contribute. Okay, and this one, call it, okay, let's just finish. Want to give this, let's style this button. Say want to call it inline block. Okay, and padding on the x-axis is going to be what? Okay, it's going to be 6, and on the y-axis it's going to be 2.5. Okay, and BG is blue at 600. Okay, so want the text to be white, fairly white of course, and font to be what? Medium, and I will save that. Okay, and text to be what? Small, SM. Great. So we're gonna say leading height, that's okay, and uppercase. Okay, we're gonna have a shadow of medium size, and it's gonna be rounded this time. Okay, and on hover, we're gonna have a blue button, 700. Shadow. So we can say shadow is what? Gray at 500. We can say that shadow on dark screen, shadow or transparent. Okay, add some margin top of 4 here. So don't want to replicate this whole thing. I'm just gonna come here and take some of these designs already, which are all these transitions. So bring it here. Ooh, active. Let's remove this. So have that contribute, and now we can, let's see that on white mode. Okay, great. So let's duplicate this button, all this other one, propose. Okay, can give this space X to. Okay, great. So this is how you design the banner. Basically, this is all about the banner, and the next thing that we need to design now is the, oh, look all this, I'm going to design the the proposers, okay, proposers part, okay, component for this. So let's work on it. All right, so that's going to be another component. Close this on here. I'm going to call this proposers.gsx, and of course, you know what? Okay, can you here call it okay? Let's save that. Okay, proposer is here now. So in this proposers, let's create a class name on this flex. This flex direction is going to be column, and it's going to have a padding around 8 course. So when you save that, 8. So inside here, you want to create a div, and this div has a class name, flex, justify to be what, center item center, you know, and okay. I'm gonna have some buttons here. The buttons are going to be in the similitude of this one in the header. So let's borrow some lift here. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to change this to all, and I'm going to say the role, role to be what, group, because it's like a group button. Okay, so let's save that first. Okay, that is how it looks like. Okay, but not quite all. And let's say we duplicate this button in those places. So this is all, active or open, and this is what, close. Let's save that. So these are 3 buttons, but they don't look like this. We want to make it look like that. Okay, in order for us to do that, okay, let's rework on this. Okay, first of all, to work on this one, I'm going to say the background BG is going to be what, blue, and this blue is at 600. Okay, and okay, blue at 600. Good. Have I written that? Let's give it some border. So we say border, border to be what, blue at 600. On hover, text to be what, white. Okay, so let's see that. Okay, what I want to say is rounded to be the left side to be full. I mean, this one has to go. What does that mean? So all of this side is what, rounded, and it's full. Is that this here? Okay, so we need to remove this on dark mode, transparent, you know, so that everything is well represented. Okay, let's save that. Okay, see, you know, text view, where are you? Okay, remove this as well. Okay, and let's save that. Okay, looks great. Okay, so this is what the button looks like right now, and we want to do some tricks right here. First of all, we want this to become, you know, something like this, okay, so that we can do some string interpolations. Okay, so now I want to pick up all these things. I want to cut this whole thing and bring it to this place. Define a variable called const is equal to const. Let's call this active is equal to a backtick. You paste all this, and now you can interpolate this and call this active, and you save. It's the same. Now let's duplicate these 3 places. Okay, and so let's remove this. Okay, all open. Okay, and this is going to be right. Okay, so let's change this to right. Okay, and this is what's closed. Okay, so these are those things. But we want to make 2 variables. One is active and one is, you know, is deactive. Okay, and in the deactive, transparent is the background. Okay, and let's make the last 2 to be what deactive. With that, okay, this is what is going on here. For this place, the text are all blue, so obviously we need to make sure that text white is what text blue basically. So okay, so over the text white, still on that hover, the BG should be what you at 100, but originally the text should be what blue. Let me save that. No, this should be text. Okay, text is here. Text, let's say SM. Okay, do that here. Alright, so what else do we need to do? Let's see. On hover, BG will be blue. Okay, fantastic. hover BG to be blue. Okay, so I think this is okay for what we want to achieve here. So the texts are a little bit too large, so let's give them extra small instead. Extra small. Okay, better. So we're doing great. Look at how it is right now. Okay, so it looks in shape. So let's design that table that will be responsible for these other operations. So this table is going to be dynamic. So let's say class name for this table. Okay, we're in good shape. Say the class name is going to be overflow X and author. Okay, so I'm going to say on anything above small screen should be what? MX to be what? 6. And anything above large screen MX be what? 8. Hello. So let's say div, yeah. This div want to say last name of padding top bottom of what? 2 inline block, okay, and minimum width is full, and the small screen above padding X is gonna be what? 6, and on large screen it's gonna be what? PX of 8. So right, so now let's define another div here. This div is going to be called a class name of height, you know, calc. Okay, we're saying 100 VH underscore minus underscore 20 rem, and because all this should be in this square bracket, and overflow to X Y to be your author, and shadow MD. Rounded MD. So okay, let's save that. So this is where we are right now. Okay, this will make sense in a moment here for you. So let's do, we are trying to define a table. Okay, this table is not showing up well here, and I'd like to show you how it goes here. The table this table has a class name, minimum width to be what? Full. Okay, the table head has a class name of border to the bottom, and on dark mode border color is actually gray at 500. So in light mode it ain't going to show nothing, but on dark mode it's going to show what? Something. So TR the table row and table head, and say scope is what? Or column, and the class name is text sm font medium. Padding x is what, 6, padding y is what, 4, and text to be what, aligned to the left. And let's call this created by. So how many are we going to have here? One, two, three, four. Indicated 1, 2, 3, 4. That this is what we're creating right here, and I'm going to call this title. I'm going to call this expires. I'll call this action. Okay, we are doing good. So after the table header, I want to say table body as a table body, and the arrow table row, and table data. So in this table data here, I say class name text sm font to be what, light, want the light font, and we want to say that the padding to the x to be 6, padding to the y to be 4, white space be what, no wrap, and we can just indicate these 4 places to 2, 3, 4. Leave this. Okay, so all of those things are represented. So for this first one, I want to import an icon. I'm going to say this ident icon. Okay, and we're going to say it has a string of, let's say, equal to hello. Ident icon, and then the size is equal to, let's say, 25. Class name, the class name is going to be height to be what, height to be 10, width to be 10, object contain rounded and margin right to be what, 3. Now imported this identical, so we want to import it above here. So we say import ident icon from React ident icon. S ends with S. Let's say that so we can see this here, but it's supposed to be wrapped around a div. So because we have multiple things we want to put in there, I want to put in the identicon and also a span containing an Ethereum wallet. Okay, so now I want to say class name to be your flex, justify, start, item, center, and space x of 2. Okay, this is something that we want to specify there. Oh, we don't need the margin to the right. Okay, now we've done that. Say next thing I want to say something like should approve, should donate to save the baby orphanage. Okay, and can do something like this because we're going to be truncating some text, and want to do for this place, let's just do something like a date. So let's say new date, you know, say dot get time. So this is what we just want to display for this get time place. And lastly here, want to create some buttons. Okay, so this button, one of them is going to be a link. Okay, so it's going to be a button like this. So let's just get this whole button here. And this properly. So, rounded is full here. Rounded full. Okay, let's see. Payout. So I'm gonna have multiple kinds of buttons. Okay, so here we can say sex. Okay, now let's work on this thing a little bit. Let's change this for the link. Okay, so let's import this link. From React Router DOM. That matter. It makes it look the same. So let's start changing some things. For this one called view can be blue. Want to be able to view, so let's say view. Payout can be green, can be red, you know, so we can change all this, but red. And this one, paid, can be green. Let's change all this to green. Okay, so these are different things, different buttons that could appear here. And okay, but we can only show one at a time, so let's comment out these ones now. Right, so that, I think we're good. We're good here. And let's see where we've gotten there. So we finished designing the first page, and this thing here, and border. Okay, so let's see, we remove this one. All right, so kind of scaled properly. So this is what we want here. So as of this point, we've kind of gotten to a very solid place in this application, and the next thing that we need to do is to make sure that they are in what I call we can navigate through them. Okay, we can click on this to go to the next page, which is what we want to do. So let's get that thing together and make sure that we have all those things set up. So for example, all of this should belong to the home page, home component. So what do I mean by that? I come to, there's no views right here, and in this place we want to wrap. Okay, we have browser router. Okay, that thing, we have that there. So in this place here, we want to cut out this component, come to this SRC, create a new folder, call it views. Okay, inside these views, let's create the first one, call it home.jsx, and let's say React, create this thing, create that, and inside here, just be around. Yes, I paste this here. This header can go to the main place. I need it here. So we can import this banner and this proposals. Okay, so that is done. We can come here, make sure that this is here. Don't need these two anymore. Okay. Okay, and we can say home component. When you save this, check it on the browser. See, everything works out just great. You understand that? So everything is looking great and fantastic. So what do we want to do next? We want to be able to navigate through multiple pages. So okay, how we do that is through React component that called which is called routers. Okay, so let's bring it up. Okay, say routers or roots, sorry, roots, or we can say route, like that, and then route singular, the self-closing one, and I want to say path is the home page. Whenever it's in the home page, we want the element that is going to be sent, that is going to be displayed, is this home component here, just coming from the view. So we need to import this from React router DOM. So we have this component here. So see that everything remains the same, no changes. Okay, we want to be able to, whenever we click this button, it should take us to that part, a new page. Okay, what do I mean by that? For example, this is going to be called proposal page.jsx. Okay, and we're just going to say React a proposal page. Okay, so in this place here, we want to duplicate this, and whenever we come to this proposal slash this ID dot column, and they will say proposal coming from this home, this view page, You want to save that. And what does that mean? That means that whenever we visit like proposer slash let's say 3, it's going to show that particular page to us, not product proposer. It's going to bring this proposer page to us. So I want to be able to click this button and just go to that place. So how do we do that? To do that, you come to this place here. In this link here, you want to say Bito is going to, for now, let's say / proposer slash, then you can say +2. Okay, so I need to save it. So when you hover to this, you can see just takes you to this page when you click here. So next thing that we need to start working on is this page now, which is the specific proposer page, and we'll package it all together, then we can move on. All right, for this page here, we have about 2 components that we'll need to work on. One of these components is going to be called let's look at it here. It's going to be called this is disposers. Those are all this. Okay, so one will call one of the components is going to be called proposer details. Okay, proposer detail .csx, of course. Then use populate this, remove that. Okay, so if that will come to this proposals page, and I just do this like we did it on the previous one. So I have the if that you see that this is the proposals details. So now we can now work on this particular view one step at a time. Okay, so first thing you need to do, I want to give you the class name of adding all round of what it. When you save that kind of in alignment with this Dominion logo right there. Okay, very important. And inside, I want to create a H2 tag. Right, I will call this H2, let's say hello world. All right, that is the title, hello world title. And with that, I want to say class name for this hello world title is going to be font semi-bold. Okay, the text is going to be 3 times of extra large and has a margin bottom of 5. Okay, so it's basically almost the same thing as what we've done here. One will like replicate this sort of activity, this sort of statistics. Okay, there I can show you that because this part there is no listed proposer here, so I can't show you right now. Or let's just model it and you see the result of what we're trying to achieve here. So we want a p tag. I want to say this proposal is to pay out what? A strong tag. Let's say pay out 3 ETH. Okay, this is going to be a dynamic number that will insert here, and currently have another strong tag here, and let's say 23 votes. Okay, and will expire in just put another strong tag, and inside of it I say 3, and we can say this. Okay, so let's do something like this, and let's say on the browser, okay, this is how description is going to be, and all these values are going to be dynamically entered. Okay, and of course I want that HRO tag that we normally add should be a class name of we can just copy this from the banner where we have this HRO tag. Okay, so copy that and replace that here, save that. Okay, fantastic. Don't have to type that all over again. And I think we have more explanation down here, so let's populate this with lorem. Just call it please. And if you watch that, here we are. Okay, we have a dynamic part here, the div, and in this dynamic part we want to be able to show some of those statistics, those charts that we want, that shows who is winning over who. Okay, so I'm going to say class name is going to be flex, of course. Justify is going to be center, no, start, and items is going to be centered. I'm going to take up the full width, margin to the top 4, and overflow will be what? Auto. So it can be overflowed on both direction, X and Y direction. Let's just say hello for now. Let's save that and see. Okay, this is the part that we're working on right now, so continue working on it. And I want to bring in a bar chart here. Okay, and in this bar chart I want the width. This bar chart is actually coming from Richard. Okay, you can see it here from Richard. So all of these charts, that is where we're getting it. Richard means React charts. Okay, so we're getting those from there, and the width of this chart is going to be 730, and the height of it is going to be 250. Okay, and then the data for now is going to be null because we don't have any data to supply, so it's going to be null. And inside of it I want to say we have another thing called chart, no, call it cartesians grid. All right, it's also coming from Richard. This is a grid system basically, and we want to say stroke dash. The stroke dash array should be 3 by 3. Okay, so that is specified in string. We have 3. Okay, so 3 by 3. So basically 3 in the x-axis, 3 in the y-axis. That is what it means. And then we have x-axis middle, and this x-axis is a self-closing div grid, and it says data key is equal to name. All right, and it will make pretty much sense why we're using name right here. And the name in the x-axis is going to be, something like acceptees, and rejectees, and then in the y-axis of it, the y-axis. Okay, we're not going to supply any data key about it for now. Let's use tooltip. Yeah, tooltip from Richard. want to use that. Okay, and want to also use legend from Richard. See, everything I'm importing is actually being listed here. Okay, you can see all the components we're getting from Richard. So we're going to need bars here. So say bar for importing that as well. And this bar is going to have the data key, going to be called acceptees. We can fill it up. We can fill it up with a string symbol 2563 EB. Okay, we can just duplicate this and we'll call this other one rejectees. So basically this bar chart, this chart is going to show the ratio of those that accepted this proposal versus those that rejected it at a glance. All right, so that is the idea about this particular component. So we have DC2626 again. Okay, so now we can save that and see on the browser. Okay, so basically this is where this the bar chart is going to be appearing, and see this area, but it's not yet available, so it's not going to appear yet until we start supplying data. All right, I'm going to check my console to make sure okay everything looks good, and let's press that. Okay, so for now this is how it's, I'm putting it as a dummy because no data has been supplied yet, so that's why it's not showing anything great. So next, I want to define some buttons. Okay, some buttons after this particular section. Say in this div here is going to be like a group button, so we call it class name. It's going to be flex, of course, justify to be start, and items to be center as usual, and space of x to be what, 3, give it a margin top of 4 pixels. When you do that, and you can give it a rule of what, group. So this was supposed to function as a group button. I have a button here. Type is called button because we don't want it to submit any form, so we're just putting that. Very important. Class name. Okay, so we can just copy what we've done before. We've done something like this before. We don't have to repeat ourselves. So we can come to this proposals place and take up this button. And give to this one on the button. Type is button, of course, and the class name. We can call this name of this button. We can call it accept. Accept, that is the name of the button. Let's save that and see. Rather, we have accept. I want to make sure that it's fully rounded. So rounded dash full. All right, great. Looks fantastic to me. And here too, you want to duplicate this and call this one reject. Okay, let's save that. Okay, accept, reject. Okay, so for this place, you might want to like, okay, let's say we change some of that color. Let's change it to red or something. All right, accept or reject. You know, looks fantastic to me. Okay, and that is it for this particular component. Last component I want to create is the voters component. This voters component is super important for displaying a table of those that have voted, you know, versus those that haven't voted. So let's come back here. I'm going to close up this. Let's close up these and come to close up that. We come to here and we create another component, call it voters.jsx. Okay, and then we'll do add function component here. So it's gonna be something like, you know, the existing table. So let's just first of all bring it up over here. The table. No. Voters. Okay. And on the browser, it should be there, right? And let's start working on it. And in working on it, I want to say that the class name for it is going to be, of course, want it to be flex direction to be colon this time, and that padding all around to be what, 8. You save that, you know, you have that all in alignment, and inside of this place we have something similar to the proposers here, where we'll have in the proposers we have a set of buttons that enables us to display. I'm going to just copy that. I'm talking about this set of buttons here. Yeah, this set of buttons. All right, so we just want to copy it because we've already done it before, so I don't want to repeat myself. In order not to do that, I'm going to just paste these buttons here, and of course you also need these buttons, this other one here. Okay, paste that. Right, save it and check out on the browser. Yeah, there you go. And you want to make some modifications here. The modifications you're doing is you're calling this one sort of open to what, acceptees, you know, acceptees, and this one is going to be called rejectees. Rejectees. Right, so you save those two, you see those things, yeah, pretty good, listed just fine. Okay. And after that department, we want to replicate that same table, but we're just going to change some data about it. So we're going to call this, let's just copy this whole table here. All right, come to this place and paste it underneath here. Okay, let's save it first and see. Okay, it has some errors. So for example, this identicons, we needed to import it. So you don't import it, you can't use it, or this component won't allow you to do that. Why? Because I could tell, because you know, from here I could already see, I could know, because using this multiple times, saying what identicons is not defined because we've not used it, you've not imported it yet, so we have to import it. Okay, import identicons from React identicons right there. Okay, let's save that and see. Refresh. There's an error, it's going to show up here. You find out what it is. What it is link. Okay, that the one that comes from, you know, React router. So we're going to import that from React Router DOM. We save that. All right, everything is working now. So we just see that console is cleared up. These things are here. We just need to modify some certain things like title, and all that. Excuse me. So we'll come to this place called created ad will become what? Voters or voter. Okay, and the title will become voted, and this sphere is going to become vote. Okay, so basically this is just going to be a 3 items based activity. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, and the same thing is going to go here for this wallet. We're going to have the same thing. We're going to have the same, that time is going to be there. We can remove this one. Okay, so this time is going to be there, and we're going to have that button. This time it's not going to be a link because we don't want to link to anything, so we can just uncomment this and only comment out one of it. We can call this accepted. It's going to be green. Let's say this is blue here, and we can call this accepted. Then we don't need this React stuff here. Let's save that and see. Okay, yep, looks good to me. And also want to make open this particular button. Okay, let's call this rejected. Okay, either one is going to show up in it anyway, so it can't show up the both. One is going to show all the other. All right, so that is how it's going to be done for this. So, and lastly, we have this button called load more. Okay, load more. Let's make sure everything is structured here. So load more. I'm going to put it underneath here. Alright, so we're going to have class name of margin to the top is going to be 4, and text is going to be what? Centered. Alright, we're going to call it, let's say load more. No, let's put in a button, and you can just copy one of these buttons that we'll be using all this while. So let's copy one of that. So let's copy like this accepted button. Okay, paste it here, and let's call this load more. Okay, so this region here, this is what where the button is. The table is going to take this much at a minimum. Okay, so yep. So let's give some padding around this. So the UI of 2 like that. Okay, so and by default the table. Okay, so pretty much good looking anyway. That looks great to me. And let's say it has border. Does it have a border? Border, yeah. And let's say in dark mode. In dark mode, the BG is transparent. Let's say that. Let's see how it looks. So yep. And the text is on dark mode. The text is blue. that. Let's say that's 600. So in dark mode, this text is going to be what, 600. So let's save that and check it out on browser. Looks better, but let's make it, let's say 500 instead. Right. And let's see on hover background, okay, it's not gonna be either, so let's don't waste our time on it. So I would like to use this here. This looks great to me, so I would like to use this particular one, this asset button. Okay, let's use that setup for this. Setup looks really dope for me. So let's change this whole. Okay, let's see that in action now. So we gotta make sure that it's rounded full. Okay, fantastic, great, like it totally now. All right, so there you have it. All right, so we just have to start making it dynamic now. So these are the 2 pages. I've shown you how to create all the components, and everything looks fantastic and great. So let's get into writing the smart contract and all of that. I'm gonna make that fast for you. Okay, all right, see you in just a moment. Yeah, all right, it is time to work on the back end. Who's ready? I'm ready. So now to work on the back end, this is what you need to do. Let's close out all these components, because the back end, where all the essential codes are going to be lying. Okay, all right, to begin with the smart contract, I want you to come to this SRC folder and create another folder, call it contracts, and inside of it create a new contract, a new smart contract, call it Dominion. DAO. Okay, .so. And okay, I'm gonna paste the code, but just explain to make things faster for us. Okay, so I'm gonna paste this here. Let me explain this. So this here is the compiler version we're using. Okay, and this is license identifier, okay, which is MIT. It's pretty common. If you don't really understand this whole thing about smart contract, I have so much resources here on the channel that's going to help you to level up and go beyond, you know, an ordinary level of smart contract development. So you want to check that out. I have also a beginner level of mastering Solidity basics, which will really teach you the fundamentals of smart contract development. Okay, so now this is an importation command or syntax or instruction to get these 2 smart contracts from the Open Zeppelin library. Okay, these are 2 smart contracts. One is access control, which will help us to profile different users based on their level of contribution. So a user could be a contributor or a stakeholder. All right, so this access control enables us to manage that, and re-entrancy guard is for making sure that a function that is saddled with the responsibility of distributing money or sending money from one account to another doesn't just have access, does not kind of limit, unauthorized use of that function, and to help intruders, or people with malicious motive not to meddle with that function. It kind of just enable a user not to recursively access a function's resources. All right. So the whole idea is this reentrancy guard guards against reentrancy attacks. You might want to read that out. But reentrancy attack in short form is a smart contract attack methodology that involves, recursively bombarding that function of the smart contract with requests that before that request is finished processing, another request comes in and making that function to double spend or to release money more than it should. So it's just a weakness guard, okay? That's just a short form for it. All right. Excuse me. So that's what this thing does, and we're just defining our contract variable and we're giving it this name. We want the name to be very in line with the name of the file, because that is very important when you're deploying. If it's not really properly structured, it could be a problem. So because it is inheriting properties from these two other smart contracts, we use is to symbolize that. And that is why you have is reentrancy guard, access control. Okay, with that done, we're going to paste this. These are the state variables that we're going to be using for this smart contract. So basically we have two profiles here, two rows. We have the contributor and the stakeholder, and this byte 32 is a data type in Solidity that holds 32 bits character that of byte type. Okay, the character is going to be converted to byte equivalent. This is going to be private. This is going to be immutable. That means once this thing is defined, it can no longer be modified, not even by other functions in the smart contract. All right, so we are actually specifying these two what's it called? These two rows. We are specifying them using this CAC 256 inbuilt function that converts it to this particular form. Okay, and here we have unsigned integer 256. Basically still unsigned integer, but it has the space of 256 available to read. Is also immutable, and this is the minimum stakeholder contribution. This is how much it will take for a contributor to become a stakeholder. If a contributor has contributed up to 1 Ether, his role is then toggled to become a stakeholder, and then he will be able to partake in essential activities of the platform, such as being able to list proposals, create proposals, and vote on proposals. Okay, so that is it for there. Here I'm going to change it to 2 minutes. So basically what is happening here is a minimum vote duration. I'm setting it at 2 minutes because I don't want us to wait for days. If not, I would have set it like 7 days. Okay, but I'm setting it 2 minutes so that once a proposal is created, under 2 minutes under 2 minutes it's going to expire. So within that 2 minutes we'll do all the voting, we'll do all that thing, so that you can see how it works in a real life with the smart contract, with the interface. Okay, and this total proposal just holds a number of all the proposals on the platform, and this DAO balance that just returns how much we have left in the DAO in our smart contract. Basically, this is another set of variables. These are mappings basically. Okay, so all the raised proposals are going to be stored in this mapping here, but every raised proposal is going to point us to that particular proposal by its ID. Okay, and this is stakeholder vote. So every stakeholder, or it will review the votes of this particular stakeholder, we have another one called voted on. So this is used to track if a particular proposal, like it just contains information, the voting information of all the people that voted in a particular proposal. So this proposal we return an array of those that voted on it. So that's what it means by voted on. These contributors. So this is a mapping that routes the ID of each contributor in a platform, and then the same for the stakeholder as well. Okay. All right. This is a structure of a proposal. A proposal has an ID. Okay, you declare it with this struct keyword, and then the name of the structure. This is called proposal struct, and you have an ID, which is an unsigned integer, an amount, a duration, upvote, downvote. We have title of this proposal, the description. Is this proposal passed or not? Is it paid or not? The beneficiary of these proposals, and proposer, whomever proposed this, that is the stakeholder, and the executor, whomever paid out this particular proposal. Those are the information about this particular, a specific proposal. All right. Okay, in this place here, we have this voter struct, which holds information about a voter. Okay, a voter struct. So it has the voter's address, a timestamp, and choosing, that is Boolean. Okay, so we have this action, which is basically an event. Okay, we dynamically put the name, the message of that particular event, because we don't create event for every single thing that happens. We just use this format to make the event, universal for every function that we're going to be using it for. This is a modifier. Okay, this enables only stakeholders to make changes or to carry out some certain actions. This here, contributors only, enables contributors to be the one to only do some certain actions. All right, so let's create the function responsible for creating a proposal. So I'm going to paste this here, then actually show you what is going on here. So this is a proposal, a function that creates a proposal. It takes in information such as, the title, it changes to memory, the title, the description, the beneficiary of this proposal and the amount. All right, and then at the end of its creation, we really don't need this. Okay, at the end of its creation, we just want to say this basically this here. Let me show you this. This is what this is this modifier, and what it does is to ensure that whomever is going to be creating a proposal must be a stakeholder. If it's not a stakeholder, it should have nothing to do with with creation of proposal. So this particular modifier is responsible for limiting that, from limiting other people and all users to be able to perform this operation. Only the stakeholders are permitted to do such thing. Okay, here's the code for this creation. First, we take in the total proposals, which is 0 at this time, and then we assign to this, and then immediately this assignment will also just incremented this total proposal by 1. So 1 is not being entered here, 1 is entered on this instead. Okay, but 0 being the original data that was inside this total proposal was the one that passed in here. So this is now 0 and this is now 1. That is what it simply means. We created a proposal object, After we did that, and then now we passed in the ID to be this total ID. We passed in the proposer to be what this person that is doing msg.sender. Okay, the title, the description, all coming from these parameters, and the beneficiary, okay, which is the account that will receive the money once this particular proposal is approved. Okay, the amount that is to be spent, and the duration. The duration is how long this particular proposal is going to be active and open for people to come and vote, for stakeholders to vote on. Why this action here being emitted? This is what the msg.sender is the person that is, well, come here. Okay, this is the initiator. This is the role that was come here. Yeah, the role of the person that performed this operation is not supposed to be the contributor, rather is what stakeholder role. And then proposer raised, that is what that will become like the name of this particular action, is the beneficiary, those receiving the money, and this is the amount basically. So this is the idea behind creating proposals, for this particular smart contract. All right, let's move on. Okay, for the next function, what we want to do is want to be able to perform vote. Okay, how is this going to be achieved? Okay, let me structure that here. Okay, I'm going to change this to public, same thing. So what is going to happen here, this is a perform vote function. It will take a proposer ID and your choice, which is going to be like a Boolean key. So if your choice is what, true or false, that is what this choosing is going to what be. All right, for performing your vote, and your vote basically is based upon this structure here. Take note, this structure will take your address, which is the voter, the time that you voted, and then your what choice, which is the choosing, either true or false, that a voter can vote for a particular proposal. And of course, this is going to be what stakeholders only. So if you're not a stakeholder, you should show up this particular warning saying unauthorized and then stakeholders only, because this is a parameter that we can pass into this modifier, function modifier called stakeholder only. Yeah, this is the message. And the role basically is coming from this access control smart contract here. So we having has role stakeholder, we define that stakeholder role here. Look at it here. Okay, so if the role is what stakeholder, okay, if this role is stakeholder, is going to what continue, otherwise it's going to throw a message. And if this role here is what contributor only, then it's going to pass, otherwise it will. Look at it, let me show you. It's just making a comparison using this function that came with this access control smart contract. That function compares two values. If they are the same, and it will return true, but if they are not the same, it will return false. Okay, so we are saying that check out, is this stakeholder, this person msg.sender, this person making this request, the caller, is equal to, is his role equal to what, a stakeholder role? You're just asking. And if that is true, it's going to what proceed with the rest of the function. Otherwise, it's going to throw this message, whatever message that you pass in here. The same applies to this other function here. So you must take note of those two functions. Now That is what is happening here. We're using that to make sure that if you're not a stakeholder, you cannot perform this sort of operation. If this user is not a stakeholder, it can't perform voting, operation. So what is needed here? So the first thing that happens is I define a proposer object. That is basically just created a proposer object in the storage. Okay, so after creating this proposer object with this ID, I handle the voting procedures. And using this handle voting function, once that is completed, the next thing I want to check if the condition that this particular stakeholder choose, his voting condition, is it true? If he has chosen, then we say proposer.upvote is incremented by 1, else the proposer.downvote is incremented by 1 instead. And then stakeholder votes this particular message of sender, we can push in this ID of proposer. Okay, this proposer ID. This will indicate that this stakeholder or this person has voted. Okay, this person here has voted in this proposal, so he won't be able to vote a second time. That is just the parameter right there. Again, we have another function here. What this function is doing is very simple, which is going to bring this back a bit. Okay, hold on. Okay, great, better this way. So basically what this function, what the rest of this code is doing here is pushing this particular ID into what voted on. All right, voted on, and this proposer ID, and then I'm pushing this voter as one of the entities that has voted for this particular proposer. So we have a certain proposer, and we're just passing this particular voter's information, such as his address, the time that he voted, and his choice into that array. Okay, so this will help us to keep track. Like, we can query, we can read all the people that actually has voted for a particular proposer. When we call on this list, these entities are going to be retrieved. So it's for storage reasons, for record keeping reasons. That's why we are keeping all these things, so that we can retrieve them later. All right, and then this action, this is an emission of a certain event. Okay, this event is called action. Basically what it does is emit information such as the initiator. This is the person that initiated this particular transaction. This is the stakeholder. His role is the stakeholder role, and the name of this particular action is proposer votes. Okay, so that means he actually voted, and the beneficiary, of course, is going to be these people, that is the executor, and then the amount is this proposer's amount. So it's just basically just listing out some other important information on the console. Okay, so with that stated, the next thing that we're to do is to write this function called handle voting. Okay, so this function here, we need to pass the ability for it to handle voting down here. In handling vote, we want to pass a proposer's, that specific proposer, I want to pass it in here. Of course, this is going to be a private function, so it's not going to be publicly available. And the first thing I want to do on this function, I want to check, is this proposer passed already? If it is passed, or the duration, the time that it was specified for this proposer to stay open, So if the duration is still active, is still open, the next thing that what it should do is what? Pass that this proposal has been passed. Okay, so basically we want to check, is it passed? If it is passed, or if the duration is less than or equal to what the block.timestamp, that is this current time, we should what say passed. Okay, proposal passed, and we'll assign it to be true and revert with this statement saying proposal duration expired. Okay, so okay, and so that this basically just checks if the proposal has already been passed, or the time, the stipulated time has what? Elapsed. Okay, if it has elapsed, it's just gonna go ahead and what? Revert and say proposal duration expired. It's not gonna perform any other operation. Otherwise, it will just what? Create like this temporary vote object here, and get all the voters for this particular what? Or check, stakeholder votes, check stakeholder votes for this particular sender, and then do that for each vote, in this votes here. Basically, where is it? Okay, so okay, these votes, until this vote is less than, so long as it is less than what? The temporary vote, the length. Okay, and then vote plus. So basically we are looping through this, all the voters in this particular what's it called, in this particular stakeholders votes. Okay, we are looping through all the votes this person has done. Okay, this particular stakeholder has done. We're looking through all his votes, and we're checking if there is this proposer's ID present in his votes. If he has already voted, that is just a way of checking that, okay, this person, has he voted in this particular proposer? Okay, by checking if this proposer ID exists. If he has done that already, we revert with this message saying double voting not allowed. You understand that? So that is the way we're using handling voting to check if this person has voted already or hasn't voted, and returning the right error messages. So whenever this function is called here, this is what is performed first, and all these checks are handled before this voting, the rest of this aspect is run, okay, on your smart contract. Now the next thing you need to do is, there is this function called pay beneficiary. Okay, and this is a function that is responsible. This is a function that is responsible for disbursing money from our smart contract. So basically, we want to make sure that this is public, sort of external. We want to make sure that the pay beneficiary function, receives a proposer ID. Check if this person that is calling this function is a stakeholder or not, and make sure that this person is not attacking our this function in a re-entrant way. Okay, so it's just gonna be want to check for the genuinity of this call. Okay, that this call is not an attack instead. So that is where this non-re-entrant comes from, and it's coming from this library called re-entrancy guard, and we only just passing that this particular non-re-entrant, is a function modifier, just like this our stakeholder only. That is what this thing performs here, so to make sure that it prevents re-entrancy attacks. Okay, and that is just what it does. Okay, and I'm going to remove this part. Okay, and I think I'll just put this in one line. Okay, now these are the inf stuff that I want to handle here. First of all, I created an object of this proposer by using this ID, of course, and created an object out of it. I retrieved, by doing this, actually I'm retrieving the proposer from the storage and placing it here. So and I have access to the information regarding this particular proposer. So I want to check, first thing first, I want to check if the DAO balance, because you want to pay a beneficiary, right? So the DAO balance, I want to check if it is greater than or equal to this amount, because you can't send more than you have. So you want to make sure that the money that is about to send to this particular beneficiary is what is we have it at in our balance. Our DAO balance is more than enough to sponsor this operation. Want to check it out. But if it's not so, one will say insufficient fund. You understand that? And two, if proposer.paid, want to check that this proposer.paid, is it paid? Okay, if it is paid, okay, just revert and say payment sent before. Okay, otherwise, if it has not been paid, want to say want to check the number of votes. Okay, want to say up votes. Okay, the proposer's up vote, is it less than, want to check, is it less than or equal to the down votes? Okay, if it is so, then is insufficient vote. Okay, that means it did not pass. Okay, it did not pass the legislation. Okay, it has not been approved. So because it didn't pass before the time of expiration, it can no longer be processed. Okay, so this condition we check and make sure that the number of votes, approvers, and acceptance from the stakeholders is more than the rejections. Okay, so that is what it's checking here. And after doing so, after all these checks are done successfully, the next thing we want to do is to actually pay the beneficiary, okay, this specific amount that is attached to that proposal using this function here. I'm going to show you that function later on, how you can actually implement it. Okay, so and then say once you just pay this beneficiary, then you make sure that you change the proposer.paid status to true, making sure that this proposer has not been paid. Okay, another way you can do this is to make sure first you toggle out all this thing and then actually pay here. Okay, this will also go a long way to prevent re-entrancy attacks. So first of all, you change this particular status to true, to be paid. Okay, making sure that if there is a second request coming immediately, it's not going to pass anymore, because this has been toggled to be paid. Okay, and this is the executor. Okay, this is the person that actually paid out this particular beneficiary, and then the DAO balance, we remove whatever amount that proposal was specified for. So we remove that particular amount from the DAO balance and actually pay the beneficiary that specific amount, and then emit a payment transferred action event that we just put here. And that is just it for this particular function. That is what is happening here. Okay, so just take note of these. All right. Okay, this is actually the pay to function. Okay, this is pay to function right here. What it does is to receive an address and a specific amount. Like you can see, this is an address, this is where the money is going to, and the amount, okay, which is an unsigned integer, is an internal function. That means it cannot be seen by others, and returns boolean once it is completed. So this particular place is responsible for firing the money or sending the money to the specific account. Okay, this amount and it's being sent to this account and is wrapped around a payable clause function, which is inbuilt to make this particular account to be payable in case it's not payable. The next function here is, make sure it's well represented here. It's called contribute function. Okay, what does this contribute function does? Its work is to receive money from people, okay, and document it in our DAO that this person has contributed to us, the amount that it has contributed as well. Okay, so that is what this particular function does. Is a payable function, and that is just what it does. So now, before you want to make sure that the money that this person is trying to is trying to donate or contribute to this DAO is greater than 0 ethers. Otherwise, you say contributing 0 is not allowed. You can simply say insufficient amount. Okay, so, and we want to make sure that this person is not a stakeholder. Okay, if this person is not a stakeholder already, okay, if his role is not a stakeholder, we want to perform some activities here. We want to specify something. We want to check. So we're checking. That means if this person is basically, if this person is a contributor, is not a stakeholder yet. Okay, if it's not a stakeholder yet, we want to do some things here, and this is the things that we're about to do. So this is what we want to do here. Let me guide you. Let me just show you what is happening here. First of all, we are creating, okay, this is what is happening here. We're creating a variable, an unsigned integers variable here called total contribution. We're grabbing the total contributions of this particular contributor. Okay, we're accessing how much has he already contributed into this platform. Because if we come to this place here called contributors, when it's passing a contributor's address, it should return you the amount that he or she has contributed. Okay, the same for the stakeholder. The same for the stakeholder, you can see this, everything is the same here. So we are accessing this contributor's account to find out how much he has already contributed to us, and then adding that, okay, with the current amount, okay, with the current amount that he's intending that he's about to contribute to us. Okay, that makes up his total contribution. So we are checking if this total contribution now is he greater than or equal to the minimum stakeholder contributions, okay, which is 1 ether. So we are trying to check if it's greater than 1 ether. If it is greater than 1 ether, want to say that this stakeholder, okay, this person want to say, okay, this person is now a stakeholder. We'll create a stakeholder account for him and assign that total contributions to his stakeholders account, and also increment his contributors account. Okay, we just incremented it by that new amount that he's donating, and then we set up his row. This setup row comes with this access specifier. Okay, is an inbuilt function, is a function that comes in with this access specifier of this Open Zeppelin. Okay, now we're setting up new row for this stakeholder. Setting up this new row and saying that this person is now a stakeholder and also a contributor. So he's both a stakeholder and a contributor. Otherwise, this person is just is just a contributor. All right. Okay, just think about it here. We want to set up a new row and say that this person is just a contributor. Okay, we'll set up his row. But if his total contribution is more than 1 ether, then he's not just a contributor but also a stakeholder. So we can, we can reduce the complexity of this particular place, and just what we can do here is we can just remove this, okay, and here doesn't even need to be an else block, just place it here, because either way this person is still going to be set up as what, a contributor. All right, so if he's not a stakeholder, so this is just what happens for him. Okay, but let me just take it back for the benefit of doubt. Okay, so if this situation is not the case, this is what is performed simply. Okay, else if these two conditions, if it's actually a stakeholder, this is what should happen next for him. Okay, we want to just increment his contributor account and increment his stakeholder account with the same amount of value. So that is just what this particular function called contribute does under the hood. And lastly, before it completes, there is one more thing it does, is to what? Increment the balance, the DAO balance. It increments it by this new contribution, okay, so that we can always keep track of how much has been contributed in our DAO balance. We increment the DAO balance, and then we just send out this particular we just emit out this particular event saying contribution received. Okay, who received it, this particular address, meaning this is the smart contract address. Okay, address, and then this parenthesis, this specify the address of this particular smart contract. Okay, that is what it implies under the hood. All right, this function here called get proposers, let me change this. Okay, so what this particular function does is to what? Say public views return. So it's going to be viewable. It's not going to be like a function that modifies something in the blockchain or in the smart contract. It's a function that pulls record from the smart contract, and the way for you to see the record that you're pulling is to use this attribute called view. Okay, this view is important, this modifier here called views, and then returns, this is data type that is returning an array of what? Proposer struct, and this is what we are defining it to be. Then these props here, we're defining it by creating the size of the array. Okay, we're creating a new proposer structure, you understand, for this, and we define the size of what? This particular variable here to be what? The total proposer size, so that we won't actually create more than we need. Okay, so we specify the amount of space that this prop should have, which is total proposers that are currently on the platform, and then we loop through that total for each time we're looping through that total proposer. Those proposals have been raised, we are assigning them in this, and at the end here something is returned. This particular props is returned after this function is executed. Okay, that is what this thing means. Returns what? This property here at the end of the execution of this function, and at the end it's just going to return all the proposers in this smart contract right here. That is what this function does. Now with this function does something similar to the previous one. The only difference is that this function returns only it returns only one proposal. See this one, why this one returns an array of what? Proposal. This returns only one proposal. That is what it does here. And that can be seen by how we referenced it here. The same what? Return this proposal and then just grabs that particular proposal by its ID. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Now I'm going to paste the rest of the functions here. Okay, I'm going to explain them one after the other. Okay, I'm going to change this to public. What does it do? Here, this get vote of. All we need to do is pass a proposal's ID here, and this function will return all the votes that has been done for this particular proposal. Okay, by just saying voted on, passing the proposal's ID, and then it return an array of the entire voters for this particular proposal. Okay, that is what this function simply does under the hood. We're not going to need all of this, but this one here is say get stakeholders vote. Okay, and this can only be accessed by the stakeholder. It returns all the votes. Okay, all the proposals. It returns all the proposals that this particular stakeholder are voted on. That is what this function does simply. This returns the stakeholder, or this returns the stakeholder's balance. Okay, that is what it does. It just accesses the stakeholder's account and returns his balance. Okay, that is what this function does. Okay, this function is very useful here. What this function does is just, returns a value for us. Okay, if this person, true or false, if this person is a stakeholder. Okay, is stakeholder, you just say access it. So if it's a stakeholders, you come here, okay, because if it's a stakeholder, his address should return a number, right? So that number normally often is going to be either greater than 0. Okay, so if it is 0, that means this person, if it is 0, that means this person is not a stakeholder. That is what it simply means. This is another function, and what it does is to return the balance of a contributor. Okay, and can only be accessed by a contributor. While this particular function checks if this person is a contributor or not. Okay, if it's a contributor, it's going to return true, but if it's not, it's going to return false. A contributor is whomever has made at least one contribution or one donation to this DAO, and this simply returns the balance of the DAO. The balance of this particular contributor. Okay, that's what this particular function does here. So those are the various functions that makes up for this particular smart contract. All right. This smart contract here is supposed to last for 1 week. Okay, 1 week, but that is very long, and you guys will be very tired by then waiting for 1 week on this video. So I'm making it two minutes here so that you can see how how the status of this smart contract will change within 2 minutes, from when we start working on the front end part of this particular project. So this is it for this particular element that makes up for this particular, that makes up for the smart contract, that makes up for the smart contract code. So we'll next jump in and start hooking this up to the front end. Okay, and you can vote. Sorry, I'm gonna just comment at this and vote here, okay, and save it. So that's not all. Basically, there need to be another migration file. Okay, we call it migration dot so. Okay, so these are just the content of this particular migration. It's basically generated. This is how it normally is. You know, there's nothing different. There is nothing much about this particular. This is just it. Often doesn't really have much use, but I just wanted to like put it all there for you so that you can be seen by you how Truffle does this under the hood. Essentially, when you create a Truffle file, it goes ahead and does this whole migration setup for you by default. All right, so with that, let's jump into the front end and start hooking up all these things together. Okay, now coming back to this file, we want to start hooking up this front end, all the code we just written, and start hooking them up with this particular front end so that all the things will be dynamic. As you can see now, nothing is working, you know, at all here. There's nothing useful happening here. Okay, so want to start making some useful stuff happening here, and how that can be done is to come to this particular place here, this store. Hold on, I'm coming to these migrations, and these migrations here, this file is very important, okay, because what it does is it gets the artifact that will soon be generated when we are deploying this, and then actually helps us to deploy this smart contract into the network, this smart contract that we just finished writing. So to put this smart contract into the network, we'll open up our terminal, okay, and let's just run our Ganache server. Say Ganache -CLI -D for deterministic account, because Ganache has a way of generating random accounts each time that you run it. But by passing this -D flag, it ensures that the account stays consistent, so that you won't start having some complaints from MetaMask that that you can't find the account because you kind of add this account to MetaMask. Okay, so what I meant by that is this: when I run this, Ganache generates all these accounts for me and their private keys loaded with 100 ethers each. So for example, I come here, copy this private key, and I come to MetaMask here and click on account. Say import account. I could just paste this private key here and click on import. Say the account you are trying to import is a duplicate, so I already have that one there. So let's say I'm trying to import this particular account here, this one. I come here, click here, and import account, click here and click import. You see that it has imported and loaded it with that 100 ethers. So basically this is what those accounts are for. But the thing is that I'm going to remove it. The thing is that I've added this account here. So if I should start up Ganache again and don't pass that -D flag here, each time that it runs this, I run this command without this -D, it will generate different accounts for me, and so therefore the one that I've already imported here will become invalidated because it's not basically useful. It's not going to be showing up here because the network is just going to populate new kinds of account, and this one is no longer going to be found here, so I can't use it. So it's pointless me putting it here if it's going to be changing every single time. So with that -d flag, it stays the same. I want to remove this because I don't have need for adding a new account. I'm just showing you how you can get it done. Okay, so I already have this one. Okay, see, okay, this one here. So for now it's there. So now I'm just going to open a different terminal and run Truffle deploy. You can also run Truffle migrate. They all do the same activities, and click on, you know, run. It's going to go ahead and compile your smart contract. After compiling it, and then it migrates it to the network. It's using this particular script here called truffle-config, and you can see in that truffle-config we've already set up some certain activity. We're saying that this is the contract address. This is where all the smart contracts live, and this is where it should build their artifacts to. And then this is the migration directory. So we are giving it information about this migration directory. We're giving it information about this contract directory and also the ABIs directory. That is what we're listing all of them here. Okay, that is what this config. So whenever we run this, it just knows where to go and pick up all those files and deploy it to the network. And if you watch here in this network here, so all this transaction has been registered there, and now our smart contract basically is on this network because it's been deployed successfully. All right, so now with that deployed successfully, I want you to come here, create a new folder, call it store, and inside the store create a new file, call it index.jsx. Okay, we're going to be using React hook global state. It's like a state management library. Okay, so it holds your global state for you so that you can use it across different components and different pages on your React project. So it's the same thing. It's almost the same thing as the context API in React or the way Redux operates, you know, but this is a simplified version of it, and I like the simplicity, you know, without complicating a lot of matter for people. So Redux does a lot of complicated stuff, so I want something really simple for people to grasp. So that's why I'm using this particular library. So how you import it, of course, is already here. It's part of the libraries that we actually installed, so we don't need to install anything anymore. So we say import create global state from React. We're importing this create global state from React. Okay, after importing that, I want to say const. Okay, from this global state, okay, there is some objects that we want to extract from it. We want to destructure some objects that we want to get from it. Okay, we want to get stuff such as set global state, which is a function that enables us to add new information into the store. This is a store we're creating, okay, and use global state. This particular function enables us to read information from the store and is only applicable to a React component. If it's not a React component, it's not useful. Okay, so it's only for React component. Why this get global state is for everywhere. Okay, it's for functions that precisely for functions that are not React based. If the file that you're trying to access is a React based file, you can use it. Like this is not a React based file, so you would rather use this one. But if you are using let's say this app.com and you want to invoke this particular, you want to get access to the store, then you use this particular one here. That is just the difference. Okay, so with that clearly stated, there is one key that I want to add to the store now. It's called connected account. Okay, it's going to be an empty string. So this is going to be what? A connected account. So whenever I click on connect wallet and it connects me, that account that it connects me, I want to store it here. That is what it simply means. Okay, and At the end, I want to export this key. So I say export this particular key so that it can be used outside of this store here. So this is how we start creating the store. Okay, and yep, and also I want to add some essential functions that I'm going to be using in this store. Okay, so let me add up those functions so that we don't have to come back and be doing that particular function. Okay, these two functions here, one is truncate. Okay, this truncate function, it is very useful for us. It helps us make this sort of truncation, very interesting kind of truncation. We're going to use it. It helps us to make truncation for here and also for this place here. Okay, so that's the main use case for that particular function. And then these days remaining is useful for telling us if something has expired or not. So we're actually using that from the moment library. So I'm going to import that from moment. So yeah, this particular one is coming from the moment library, and it's very important that we use them. So I'm going to include them here as one of the things that we're exporting days remaining. Okay, so these are the various things that we're going to be accessing from the store. All right, so with that done, I would like you to come here in this src place. I want you to create a new file, call it blockchain.services.jsx. okay, this is where all the blockchain activities is going to be holding. This file will be speaking to your smart contract on the EVM, on the local blockchain, retrieving and sending information through it, and then we can now from our front end interact with this particular service. So this is a service that we'll be consuming. All right, we're trying to use this file to consume the blockchain services. All right, so this is how you do it. First thing first, we are importing Web3.js. basically this Web3 its sole responsibility is to help us to communicate with our smart contract on the web. We're actually getting this whole thing, this set global state and get global state from the store as well, so that we can use it to add things to the store and remove things from the store. All right, and lastly, this ABI, we are using this ABI. We're grabbing this ABI, this Dominion DAO ABI that was generated when we run Truffle migrate. You can see that here. This is all the function, and this is the ABI for this. This is how an ABI looks like. Has a whole lot of schematic data of our blockchain, the functions, the attributes, and all those things for that particular smart contract that we're working in. You can see things like proposer ID. You can see all those things, pay beneficiaries, are various information that was captured in our smart contract. So this ABI has all those information. So we are importing it here. So it's ABI here. So now we are grabbing this Ethereum objects, which MetaMask injects into the window, into our browser. So from our browser, we're just getting this thing, and then we're hooking it up with Web3.js, and we're making that a provider. Okay, so MetaMask is now becoming a provider that this Web3.js will be interacting with. It's quite important for you to get this. So this is what the idea around what is going on here. We're just making sure that we use Web3.js to wrap around the MetaMask. We make Web3.js the handlebar of MetaMask to make sure that we can use it to sign transactions, when it is necessary. All right. So with that said, let's move on. All right, we're using this function, we're wrapping it around, and we're making everything asynchronous. Okay, all the function that we're going to be using in this smart contract, all of them should be asynchronous. Why? Because this is blockchain and things can be pretty much slow around here. So you want to wrap it around this asynchronous function and a try catch to enable us to to have a peace of mind when we're waiting for an information to be retrieved from the blockchain. Okay, take a look at this place here. We first of all checking this Ethereum object. If it's not installed, if it's not on the browser, say please install MetaMask. Otherwise, we want to use this Ethereum object, which is basically MetaMask, to request for all the accounts that are available on this particular network that are registered on that MetaMask place here. It's going to return it in an array, and once we select anyone we selected, that will become the number one in the account, the number one, which is number 0, and then we are just setting that we're using this store. This is a store function, a function for the store. Okay, it's called set global state, and we are targeting that account, and now we are giving that connected account this value. Okay, in a lowercase Ethereum account, we're just assigning it here, and that is it. Or we report an error. Okay, and I will show you that function that reports an error now. So this is a function that reports an error. Basically just takes an error object, stringifies it, and reports it on the console, on your console, and throw out this no Ethereum object found here. So that is what will happen under the hood here. The next function we need here is called is wallet connected. This function, what it does is, okay, it does the same thing as checking, making sure that MetaMask is installed, and if it isn't, it requests that you connect your MetaMask wallet, and this basically the same thing that happens here. That is what is happening in this first place here. Okay, and we're saying that Windows, this is an event listener. It listing for a change on what? On a change on the chain. Okay, what I mean by that is, what is the chain? So what is the chain? This is the chain here. So this is one chain. If I switch to this Rinkibi here, this is another chain. Okay, if I switch to something like Golid, this is another chain here. Okay, so whenever I change a chain, or I move from one blockchain to another, that particular function is fired. Okay, it's fired. It needs to respond. All right, so now on chain change, it will what? Refresh the browser. Okay, this window will be reloaded. Okay, when I change an account, it what? Goes about and reset the account to this new one that I just changed to. Okay, that is what this does. Okay, and let's just save this and export. Say export these functions, which is one of them is connect wallet and is wallet connected. So these two functions, essential functions, let's save them and export them, and let's start using them on the browser. Let's start seeing them in action. So come to these components folder, come to this header. In the header, we want to say whenever we click on this button, whenever we click on it, we want it to what? To connect wallet, to connect our wallet. So we'll say on click, say connect wallet. Okay, and this connect wallet is obviously coming from a blockchain service. So this is where we're importing it from these blockchain services. Okay, that is what happens when we click on this connect wallet. Let's test it out right now and see how it works. So let's click on this, on click. If there is an error, it got to what? Respond. So let's refresh this. Let's click on click function saying error, no Ethereum object. I'm gonna disconnect this for a moment here. connect them all, and let's refresh. Let's connect wallet. See that actually will launch this thing and ask you to connect the wallet. So I'm going to cancel it for now. Okay, and or let me connect it. Okay, I'm just going to connect let's say this one here, and say next. Connect to account 7. Yeah, connected. Okay, but you don't see the difference here. Why you don't see the difference here is because I've not made some conditional stuff here. So for example, whenever you after you connect, I want to say this thing. Okay, let me get this from, let's say, const, connected account is equal to use global state. I'm accessing the store right now and I'm getting this connected account. Okay, because whenever I click that connect wallet, if it is connected, it's going to be stored in this place here. So I'm going to come here. I will say if there is what, a connected account. Okay, so if there is a connected account, or if there is not a connected account. Okay, let's say if there is a connected account, okay, this should happen, otherwise this should happen. Okay, so if there is a connected account, we want to paste this here. We're going to modify it in a moment, otherwise we want to paste this here. Okay, so this is okay. This is what we want for this place here. Okay, but if an account is already connected, this is what we want. We don't want to use this function here. Rather, we want to just display that connected account. Okay, so let me save that and show you what is happening under the hood. So now let me say I disconnect let me switch to this one, and then I disconnect it. Okay, after disconnecting, fresh, say connect wallet, you see, launches it, and then I come here and then I connect. Once I connect it, okay, so if it is connected, this button should show up instead, and not this one. So it's probably not reading it from the store. And come to this blockchain service, say set connected account. Maybe I'm not spelling it correctly here. Let's check it out. Yeah, see that naming convention is not correct. I spelled it wrongly here. It's supposed to be connected account, and not whatever I wrote. That is why it wasn't showing up on the browser. So now I've resolved that. Let's come back to this place. What's the issue now? Saying connected account is not found. Okay, I think I must have used it here as well. So I'm just gonna, this particular one here, I'm gonna rename it this, change it, and change this to the proper naming. Okay, save. All right, so let's refresh that. Okay, now let's disconnect this. Okay, let me disconnect this and show you. All right, now let's click on connect wallet. And this one is selected, so I click connect, and you see that the wallet address is now being listed here. Fantastic, this is what we want, but it doesn't look very pretty here, right here. We want to format it into that truncated format here, just like this, using that function that we created in the store. This function truncate, want to use that to make that this particular connected wallet to look more pretty. So I'm going to say truncate, which I'm grabbing it from the store. I'm passing this It's gonna be what 4411. When I save that, you see how it looks like right now. It looks a lot more beautiful. But the problem is when I refresh this goes away. Why? And when I click, it comes back. Refresh it. So the idea is whenever we load our smart contract, we want to be able to retrieve the state of this connected wallet and retain it here. Okay, which is where this particular function is wallet is connected comes in, and we're going to appropriate its usage in the app.jsx. okay, using a use effect function that we get from the React place, and then we want to make it asynchronous, of course, and we want to say that is wallet connected whenever this is loaded. Want to wait for it. Want to say is wallet connected. Okay, this will ensure that whenever we refresh this will always check for the status of what a smart contract. So let's save that. You see that? So by default, whenever I refresh now, it's always there. Whenever I refresh, it's always there. It doesn't go away anymore. Let's try to disconnect from this account and see what happens. Okay, and now I'm disconnected. So when I refresh, it's saying please connect wallet, and you can see here right here. Okay, now when I click on this connect wallet right here, click next, connected, and wallet is connected. So when I refresh, it's all good. So this is the idea of what is is required to hook up these two things. Okay, so now we're basically done in that angle, and we want to be able to just click on contribute and be able to contribute a certain amount of money. Okay, so let's do that. We can specify a certain amount of money and actually contribute and then list it up here. Okay, that's what we're trying to achieve next. To achieve that, there's some various information that we need to capture in the store. First, we want to be able to retain the contract. Okay, in the store, it's going to be null. We want to be able to retain all the proposers. No, for now, let's just leave that. And we want to say a stakeholder. Is this person a stakeholder now? Stakeholder. Okay, by default it's going to be false, and we want to be able to get balance, which by default is 0. Okay, this is DAO balance, and then let's say my balance is going to also be 0 by default. So these are some various keys that we want to use in storing vital information in the store. All right, with this done, let's come to this blockchain service and let's create more function. Okay, so we're going to create this function called, let me break these ones down, get Ethereum contracts. Okay, what it does is basically it makes sure that it grabs your account and check if you are connected. If you're connected, it's just gonna take up that it's gonna take hold of Web3.js, access the network ID, get the network ID, and then get the network data, and check in the network data, check the network data to access the network data address, and then the ABI too. Okay, so we're getting the ABI and we're getting the network data. The ABI comes from this place here. This is the ABI, and the network data is also coming from the ABI where we have these networks. Okay, in this ABI, that is what is happening here. I think I should show you here. Okay, so this is the network right here in this ABI, this Domino DAO ABI, and you can see that this is the address of the just deployed smart contract. So this is the contract address right here. Okay, this is what we're trying to achieve, because if we don't reference the right address of the smart contract, we can't we can't actually work with it. So this is the network ID, and this is what the contract address. All right, and this is what we'll get in the network ID here and the contract address right there. And afterward, then it's going to return the contract itself. All right, so that is what it's just doing under the hood. So each time we want to get the contract, we just query this and it will just retrieve the contract for us. All right, fantastic. So this function called perform contribute, of course, it's going to be an asynchronous function. The first thing we'll do is to use this method to convert this. Okay, what we can simply do here is to let's create a function here called const to we, and paste this here, and this to we is going to be a function, of course, and it's going to take a number, and that is the number here. It's going to convert that number to its equivalent in we and return it for us. Okay, now we cannot come here. Instead of actually running this whole thing like this, we can just come and skip all this whole area and say amount to we instead. Okay, so the value that is going to be passed here. So we have here, we have this contract, we're getting the Ethereum object. So you make sure that you apply this await. This await is very important for you to grab the smart contract. Okay, once you grab it, you store it here, and then you grab your own account, that the connected wallet, and store it here, and then you say await contract.method. Okay, listen here. Okay, let me do this from scratch. Let me show you what is happening. So this same contract, I'm accessing the method. Okay, and then I'm saying contribute. Okay, what is it contributing? Remember that function called contribute, which is in this contract here. Okay, this function here called contribute. Okay, it doesn't accept any parameter, but basically you're going to pass in two essential information to read. The essential information is going to be what? From what? This connected account, connected account, and then the value is going to be this to we, and we're passing in what? This amount that we're getting here. Okay, so basically this is what this particular account does under the hood. Let me okay, so I just wanted to specify that for you in a much more I made a mistake. It's not this way. You got to what? Say in parentheses, okay, and then you say .send, because this is how you put something into the blockchain using Web3 method. Okay, you say .send. Okay, you don't just pass it into this parameter here. You use .send, and then it's going to send from this account. This is the value that is sending into this what? Contract here. That is what is happening under the hood. And on completed, before I would just say window.reload. Okay, but for now let's just keep it windows.reload. Let's make sure we pass this here. Okay, because without that we can't be able to use it outside. So I want to save that. Then let's come to, where is it called? Come to this component called banner, and in this component called banner, this contribute function. Okay, let's create a use state. Say const, let's say amount, and what? Set amount. I'm gonna use it from what? Use state, okay, of the React, and by default it's gonna be what? An empty string. Okay, so what does this mean? It means that on change here, we can say, okay, I say on change function. I want to say the set amount. Set amount is equal to what? E dot target dot what value. So whenever we change the value of this, okay, let it update it with the right number. Okay, that is what we'll simply state in here. Okay, and then we're saying the value is equal to what? This amount. Okay, now with this said, we can now come here, create a function, say const on contribute this is what we want. We want to make this a synchronous function. I want to say that if there is no amount, okay, or the amount is equal to what? An empty string, okay, it should just return and silently. Otherwise, you should what? Await perform contribute that is coming from the blockchain here, and we're going to pass what? That amount in there, okay. And if once it is successful, there is this toast notification that we imported. So we'll say toast is coming from what? React Toastify. I'm going to say it's already installed into this package, so it doesn't make no problem. So we say success, okay. I'm going to say contribution received, okay. And now we can actually pass this function to this button, hook it up to this button, hit on click. This is what it should do for us, okay. So let's test it out and see how it works under the hood. So let's pass in some money here. Let's say 2 ethers, and click contribute. Say what you need to, what you want about to contribute 2 ethers. I say confirm, and it gave me an error. What is the error? It's saying that so let's do this. Let's debug what is going on under the hood here. Let's don't do this. Let's just say log out the value, this to we, this amount to we, and let's see what is going on here. See that amount, and then it's equivalent in we. Let's see it out in action. Okay, let's say contribute. Okay, it's well represented. So so it is represented properly. So all right, let's just clear up this, reset this account and make sure that we are in the right place. Reset account. Okay, great. Refresh this and let's try that again. 2 ethers, contribute, and click perform. Oh, it actually went successfully this time. So it's because we haven't reset that account, so it refreshed, but you can't see it here yet because I haven't created that function for displaying the number of ethers that has been contributed. So that is what we're going to do next, so that we can see how it works under the hood. So let's create a function called this function is going to be called get info. Okay, this will get information about the DAO, like the current DAO balance, now like this current proposals, number of proposals and all that, so we can get all that from now. So how do we get that? Of course, we're going to get our contract, we're going to get our connected account, and we're going to now get, is this person a stakeholder? We want to be able to get that. Okay, and want to get this balance, the balance of the DAO. We also want to get this specific individual's balance, and once we get all this information, we save the balance here, say from we. So I'm going to come here, create another function, instead of to we, say from we. All right, and this from we, this is what it does. Okay, the number. All right, so I'm going to come here, okay, so I'm going to say from we, and this place is from we as well, since we're working with numbers there. So the balance is going to be converted from we to what? From we, and be stored as ether, be represented as it. Okay, and the same thing, the total number of balance in the DAO as well is going to be saved here, and the status of the stakeholder is going to be also be stored here. So what do I mean by that? If you come to this place, you see that we created what? A stakeholder. Is going to be what? Whatever condition is the stakeholder, the balance is going to be stored here, and then the my balance is going to be stored here as well. So that is what is happening in this whole place here. So after this, I want to make this function accessible. So I say list it here, get info. Okay, so I want this function to run whenever we refresh this smart contract. We should be able to get it, because right now if I come to this banner and, for example, I want to be able to access, say balance. Okay, is stakeholder from, because to use global state, I want to say is stakeholder, and want to also access balance. I want to access my balance. Okay, so now I want to say here, this is gonna, your current DAO balance is going to be what? Balance, and this is going to be my contributions, my balance. Okay, and here is going to be what? The stakeholder. Okay, so you see all that. Okay, and then here is also what is stakeholder. That is the conditions there. So let's save that and see that in action. See that it's 0, 0, and hey, when you contribute up to 1 ether, you become a stakeholder, because it has not really grabbed the information. So for us to grab that information, we come to this app.jsx. Immediately after the wallet is connected, this is checked, because this has to be there already. Want to do await, okay, await get info, which is going to come from what? The blockchain services. Want to get that info, save it, and let's see. So on refresh, please connect wallet. Okay, so looks like our wallet isn't connected yet, so I'm going to enter our information at MetaMask unlock. Okay, so now let's refresh. Okay, so you see that this particular, see how it read my balance, like this is how much I've contributed. This is what your contributions is what? 2 ethers. Okay, and you are now a stakeholder. Okay, so let me contribute a certain amount of money again. Let's say I contribute 1 ether. Click on contribute, click confirm. See, contributes and increases the balance. I could do as much as come here whenever I perform a contribution, instead of doing reloading the browser, I could just do await, okay, get info, and that should just automatically under the hood just update my this thing, my account for me without refreshing the browser. So I could save 4 and click contribute and what, confirm. See, as it just increased, right? So we should be able to clear up this whenever we do such kind of business. So once this is successful, we want to say set amount to be what? No, of course you want to do that like that. So now if I come here like this and change my account, let's say I want to select a different account, like this second account, and click connect, and see this account is not connected, end with 09F0. okay, so what happened was that whenever I change an account, I'm supposed to what, get the information again. Okay, so I can instruct this place to do this for me whenever I change my account. So this unconnected place, okay, I could await this and just write this as well immediately. Okay, so for example, if I come here now and go back to the other account, click on this, you see it just updates it for me. And when I click here, boom, it just changes it for me as well. So I could come here and say 0.4 ethers. I click on contribute, and it failed. Why did it fail? Because I need to reset this account. I click on reset account. Okay, reset now. So let's click on contribute and contribute. See, that money was automatically just added there. So fantastic display so far. And next thing that we need to do is we needed to make sure that this propose, okay, this propose button should not be showing up if you've not gotten to 1 ethers. Okay, so if you're still below 1 ether, it should not be showing up for you. All right, that is one of the things that we added here, okay, so it's supposed to be wrapped around. So want to wrap it around here, say is this person stakeholder, okay, otherwise it should just be null. So if it says stakeholder, you should what, present this button here. So let's save that. You see that button is not showing up now. So but if I come here and change this account to this other guy that has contributed more, you see that it shows up. So those are some cool dynamic operations happening under the hood. So the next thing we need to do now is to start being able to what, click this button and then be able to what, make contributions in our application. All right, so that's the next thing. Let's get started. So in our effort to make proposals, because when you click on this button and nothing happens, so our idea is to bring in the situation when I click on this propose button, a form or a modal appears before me, and then I could enter details about that particular proposal and then click create. Then it will go ahead and add it to the smart contract. So that's what I want to do now. So to do that, jump into your code and we're going to create a new component. I thought we did that before, so let's call it create proposal .gsx and ladies save that, come to the app.gsx and just include this at the bottom of your project. Say create proposal. Okay, there we go. Then you come inside of this place. Let's see what is added here. It's added there, but we're going to rework on it and it's going to look better. So the first you want to do, create a class name, but we're not going to use a regular string. I'm going to use this and a backtick. So I'm going to say it's fixed, of course. It's going to be top 0, left 0, and it's going to take up the entire screen. Okay, including height and width. Right, and also want it to be flex, items to be what, center, and justification, justify, dot center. The background screen is BG black. Okay, and want to give the background opacity of 50. Okay, and we want to transform this, and also want to give it the Z index of 50 as well. In transforming this, we want to give it a transition of transform. Okay, transformation transition. Duration is actually 300, and scale will be, let's give it at 100 for now. So I'm gonna break this down again. So just save that and see that on. Okay, see how the view looks like right now. Okay, so now this is where we start working on our proposal. I mean, on the form, the ingredients. So say on that div here, the phrase proposal, no, unneeded now. Give it a class name here. This is going to be a white background, and in dark mode, I want the background to be this specific color, that is 212936. Okay, and then want to give it a shadow that is extra large, and the shadow should take up a specific color, and that is 122643, right? Want it on dark mode. Want the shadow to be what? Gray at 500, and want to give it a rounded extra large. Okay, the rounded corner is extra large, and we want to give this width of 11 at 12, so it's going to take up 11 space out of the 12 space available. And on medium screen, want to give it a width of 2 out of 5, and the height want to give it 7 out of 12, and then we'll give it an all-round padding of 6. Okay, say poser. Right, let's look at this. Okay, look at how that is shaping up. Okay, that is what we're looking for. And if I come here, let's just say scale of 0, that disappears, and let's bring that back again. Let's say scale of 100. See, this is it on light mode. No, scale of 0, it goes out. I like dark mode, and let's bring it back. So let's continue working on this. So now let's create a form. So this is a form here, and this form has a class name of flex, and flex what direction is column. And inside of this form we have a div. This div has a class name of flex, and of course it's going to be flex column. The direction, no, not flex column, it's just going to be flex. And justification will be what between, items will be what center. Okay, and we give it a p tag here. And what is this p tag all about? Give it a font of semi-bold, okay, and call it raise, like raise proposal, right? I see that. Okay, look at that title there, the raise proposal. And I want to put another button here. Okay, this button is going to be a type of button, because we don't want this button to submit this form. So type of button, it's going to be given a class name of border to be what 0, the background to be what transparent, and the font focus, basically on focus outline to be none. Okay, that's not all. One will give it an icon, the FA times. FA times is coming from these React icons. Okay, and yep, let's just see this in action now. So you see that, so I could actually click this to close this, and this is what the title of this particular modal. So let's add some forms into this. So you come here, create this form. I'm gonna wrap our input, so let's call it class name flex justified to be what between, items to be center, border, it has a border, the border color is gonna be gray at 500. Okay, and dark mode will have don't need dark mode, just say rounded is what extra large, and the margin to the top is gonna be 5. Let's create input. Okay, so let's just quickly see how that is shaping up. You here, so let's see that on the browser. See, this is how it's shaping up. Okay, so we're still going to work on this, not done with this particular one here. So for this input, we want to give it a class name of block. We're going to have a full width, the text size is going to be small, background is going to be transparent, and the border of course is going to be 0. Okay, if you're wondering what extension I'm using to pop up all these Tailwind classes, this is the extension right here. It's called Tailwind CSS. Okay, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. All right, and you install that and it helps you to populate all these information to the view, right? So okay, so we're not done with the classes. I want to say on focus, the outline is going to be 0, of course, none. Focus ring is going to be, focus ring is going to be 0. The name is going to be let's call this title, and the placeholder is going to be title, and of course it's going to be required. So these are all the information that make for one form. Let's look at that. Okay, see, that is one form right there. How clean that looks now. Okay, this is what we expect. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this for the rest of other inputs that I'm expecting to work for. So let's do this. Boom. It's gonna be number. Let's call this amount. Let's say this is EG 2.3 ETH. Okay, so let's save that and see. Okay, so this is the price. I need to duplicate this again on time. Sorry, wrong place. Hit it here. Okay, and let's call this type is text, and the amount, this is beneficiary, and okay, so I can just say OX. X. Okay, so okay, and I'll duplicate this again, because when I save this right now, this is how it looks on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate this again. I will change this tag to text area and make sure that it has a closing tag. Okay, so basically it's going to be the same thing, and yep, so let's save that and see. Okay, this is how it looks right now. Just need to change the placeholder, call it description, and there you go. Lastly, we need a submit button. Okay, submit button around here, so we're just gonna add that now, but I feel like just copying from an existing code. I'm gonna come here. There's a button I already have here, so I'm just gonna copy this button and create that button here. Don't need an on-click event here, so I'll call this create proposal. Okay, so I want to make sure that when you save that and check, it is how it looks right now. The best we could do is to add it, put it in this particular div, so we can just cut it out here and put it in this div. Let's save that and see. Okay, so or let's just don't put it in a div. Let's just say has a margin top of 5. Right, so that is better now. Okay, and okay, so yes of 6.5 and blue background, doesn't care about dark mode. Instead on hover, I'm going to remove this. On hover, background changes from blue to blue of 700. We need all this dark mode. Let's see that. Okay, remove that shadow. Where are you? Shadow of gray. Okay. Okay, let's save that and see. Okay, I think we can manage this. This is okay for now, so we can just call this submit proposal. Okay, so whenever we click it, its job is to submit this form. Okay, now with this form available, we want to be able to, whenever we click here, it closes, and whenever we click on this propose, it actually pops in. So by default, what will happen is this is the trick that I use. I come to this store here, I call this, let's call this modal, since I already have one, and by default the scale is going to be 0. Okay, so you see what I'm doing here, scale is 0. That is the name of the class that hides it. So I come here and actually, import the say const modal call to use global state and say modal. Once I say this, I can come here and interpolate it in this string here. That's the modal. Okay, you see that this is what I'm doing right here. So when I come here, you see it's closed by default. Okay, what if I come here and change it to 100 by default? You see that it shows up. So now the ability to toggle and hide and toggle this thing, I want it to be done dynamically. Okay, so I want that to be done dynamically. So for example, I want to be able to come to this banner and say, and click, this is a propose button. So now I could just, let me say on click, I want the set global state, which I could get from the store. So this set global state hooks, okay, this is a function. I want this function, I want to target that modal and set it at what? Scale of 100. Okay, so now when I click on this, you see it pops up. Fantastic. So now I want to be able to do the same here. When I click close, it should close out that particular you close out this particular form as well. So to do that, you come to this create proposal. We got to make the time a lot more cleaner, the way we work on it. And how do we do that? Remember, we have a certain function named as days remaining. Okay, we created that function over here. We're going to use that to calculate the days remaining, so we can always have that information, you know, down here. So I'm gonna come here right now. I'll say this current date, if the current time right now is greater than, this has to be converted to number, okay, is greater than this proposal dot duration, you know, with you add it up with 3 zeros, okay. But making this comparison, is it greater than this? If so, if this is true, we want to what? Write expired. Otherwise, want to just say days remaining, which is gotten from the store, the function, and we're just going to what? Pass this proposal dot duration. So for this place, we're going to say the proposal dot id, okay. That is what is going to be used in this tool. And for the text, this title here, let us do dot substring and it's going to start from 0 to 80, so we're getting the first 80 characters, and then add this string to it, okay. So that is what we want to represent here. Let us see all these things we're doing. Okay, see that triple dot there, so all those things are properly being represented. So right, so now that looks okay. There's something I want to change here. Instead of created by, let's say, beneficiary, okay, because that's actually where this money will be going to once it is approved, okay. And that's not all. We want to be able to do all this buttoning toggling, okay. When I click on open, it should show me the open one. I click on close, it will show me the closed ones. In order to do that, I'm going to tweak this particular place a little bit different. So we're going to call this data instead, and we're going to say const proposals, and then we can do set proposals, and this is going to be coming from the use state, which is React, okay. And okay, so it's going to be an array, of course. No, it's going to be data. Okay, we're just picking up this data and putting it in here. Great. So after you've done that, if you say everything should remain the same, yeah, like okay, moving on here, we want to come back to it, the root of it soon. I want to create this function called get all. Is it called to narrow function, and we're going to just set proposals with this data, and want another one, say get open, and this function basically does one thing, which is it's going to filter out, wrong proposals that are only open. Okay, so they say proposal I want to create a new date object here, date dot get time. I want to say, is it less than number? And then I pass this proposal dot duration, merging it with this extra data digit. Let me just format this. So basically, this is what is happening here. This is going to return all the proposals that are still open, okay, because of this condition. This new date, this new date basically just say this current time, this is current time, is less than, you know, the particular time that it was set to have expired. Okay, so if the current time is still less than that, that means it's still open. All right, so that is what that function does. And this other one is get closed, which the difference between them all should just be closed. Be this sign, change of the sign. Yeah, the change of that sign just get everything. Okay, data. So I come here for this buttons thing. Now I could say, when you click on this, click on this button, say get all. Okay, when you click of this button to say get open. On click of this button, let's say you should get closed. And then save. Okay, so it's expired, right? So it's not showing up anymore. And I will say open and then all. You understand? You see what happens? So when it's open like this, the opened one shows like this, the closed one shows like this, and then all of them shows like this. So that is what is basically going on here. But I think I have a little bug here, being that when I refresh, the data automatically by default disappears. Okay, except when I click on all this thing again, this is not how it's supposed to be. So how we can do that is let's see if we can use effect on that. So we can say use effect. Let's say use effect. Let's see how use effect can be of use here. Use effect. Okay, and so whenever you refresh, I want to say get all function. So once we just quit that and just bring the entire thing over here. Okay, so now let's check it out. Refresh again. Oops, obviously that didn't work, so I'm going to use another method around this. Save that. So let's come to this app.jsx. Let's create a variable here. Let's say const loaded, set loaded, and let's say use state. Of course, it's going to be false by default. Okay, so after all this have happened, we want to say set loaded is equal to what? True. And now you want to surround this with that if else statement. Okay, so let's come here, call this thing up and say loaded, that true, else no. Okay, so if it is loaded, it should show that, otherwise it should be no. So let's refresh. Okay, see, because we set up that parameter, is only when the blockchain data has been loaded successfully before this is going to show up. Okay, so that extra security ensures that, you know, when we refresh our stuff, it doesn't just, you know, disappears. Okay, so it's pretty much of a safeguard right there. So there is more information we need to update. This is currently showing the wrong thing, and how is that? So we need to come to this banner component and make sure. Let's also get proposers, right? Proposers. When you get this, you want to do here should be proposers.length. So when you save that, that should bring out a dynamic part of it. So that is fantastic. With that, I think the front side is pretty much done. And let's just for checking it out sake, let us just create a fake. Let's enter another one. Let's say for now, let me copy this address of the beneficiary. Okay, let's say this one. Okay, so I'm going to come here and let me donate 3 ethers. Confirm. See that contributed. So let's raise proposer. Say should fund Donald Trump. Trump's campaign. I get that right. Campaign election. Okay. Now let's specify. Let's say we want to give him about 2.3 ether. I'll specify this, and I'm just gonna come here. Do lorem. Nope, not there. Let's do lorem here. And remove that. Paste it here below. And then click submit proposer. Alright, this proposer is going to only last for 2 minutes. You see, this is the proposer here. Okay, so this is basically expires in 0 days because I only specified 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes of the wait time, and afterward, once I'm done here, I'm going to still show you how it works on the boat. I'm going to make it longer, like a week. I'm going to use this one called 1 week here, but for now I'm using only 2 minutes. Okay, so stuff get really fast, they quickly expire. Okay, and once it is expired, you know, you can't really do anything about that proposal anymore. If it is sealed, it is sealed. Okay, so still back to these proposals here, right here. Okay, we have a lot of, you know, if else statement going on here, so just bear. So here we go. Want to make sure that this particular time, new date, you know, dot get time, okay, is greater than, let's copy that. Where did we use that? Okay, this. Okay, so this new date, we can say is greater than this. Okay, is greater than this particular time, the duration. So basically what I'm trying to do here is I want to compare that the current time is greater than the expiration time. Okay, the current time is greater than the expiration time, because if that is true, that means this particular proposal has expired. So what do we want to do? We want to do this. We want to do another if-else statement inside of it. So we kind of have this whole situation going on here, and for this place I want to do proposal dot upvote is it greater than proposal dot downvote. If that is so, this is what we want to do. Otherwise, do this. Okay, and now for this place, we want to do another if else statement. It goes deeper. So saying if not proposed, if not, that is if the proposer has not been paid. Okay, this is what you should do. Display this button here. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do this for now. Okay, so which button is it displaying? It's gonna display the payout button. Okay, the payout button, which is this one here. Paste that here. Make sure that this is very much represented. Oops, I made a mistake. Copy from here. No, sorry, from here down to this place. Okay, here. Paste that. So we're gonna have that payout there, and otherwise we should have this other button called paid. House paid. Okay, and then for this bottom one, we're gonna say no, and then for this, for the downmost one, for this other one, we're gonna say rejected. So there are different situations. Rejected. These are different situations that will be seen. About a particular proposal. Let's just save that and let me show you. Okay, so now we have this. You can see that this is clearly rejected. Why is it rejected? Because it has expired and there was no vote, so by default it is rejected. Okay, so if it is accepted, then if it was voted on, okay, if it was voted on, it's going to show other button. If it is voted on and the upvote is higher, then it's going to show you the button of you actually paying out, and once you pay out, it's going to show paid. Okay, so for now I want to quickly now jump into to working on the other pages. Okay, like this page here, this is where all the cool stuff needs to be done. All right, so we need to handle those stuffs here. So let me show you how to handle those stuff. Because you need to be able to display this data individually, so let's get it done. right? To get it done, okay, we have two proposals that are not currently open. So what we need to do about this before we move on is we'll come to the banner and we want to put a filter here. We just want to use this opened filter. Okay, so let's copy that. Okay, const get. Why don't we let's just copy this whole function. Okay, copy that whole function, paste it here, remove this one, tell here, change this to proposals. Okay, so and then say dot length, they get open. Okay, let's just see that in action. So current opened one is 0. Okay, so we don't have currently opened proposals to validate that this is correct. Just need to change this and let's see. Yep. So that works. So I'm just gonna keep it up there like this. So this shows the currently opened proposals. Now let's jump into this part and work on it. So I'm going to close some of these files here. Okay, so let us populate the rest of the functions that are going to be important for these blockchain services. So I'm going to paste this all here. So the first function here is get proposal. This simply just returns, find a particular proposal from our list of proposals and just returns it. Okay, it just returns us one proposal. All right, so that is what this does. This one enables us to vote on a particular proposal. So it takes the proposal ID and what your choice that you supported. If it is true, if you voted upvote or downvote, it takes it and what records it for you. And this particular one lists out the the voters for a particular the voters that listed all the voters in a particular proposal. Okay, that is what this simply does. And this pay beneficiary is responsible for calling the pay beneficiary function, and if this beneficiary has not been paid, it's going to be paid, but if you already been paid, it's going to fail. So those are the 3 functions or 4 functions that need to be included here. One is what get individual proposal, one is vote on proposal, one is list voters, and one is pay beneficiary. Okay, so that those are all the functions that we're going to be invoking from our blockchain service. So with that, now let's save. Come to proposal details component. Yeah, so in this component here, we want to do some things. First, we want to be able to grab in the ID, the parameters, that is this, the parameter here, the 1 to the dynamic numbers. They want to be able to grab it. So how we grab it is using this method from the React router DOM, a hook called use params. Okay, yeah, and you can use that param and actually grab the ID. Now we now have the ID. Want to also grab set up a use state called proposal and set proposal, okay, is equal to state going to be null since it's an object by default. Want to do const data and set data. This is going to be coming from use state as well. Empty array. So, and lastly, I want to grab this one from the global state array. The global state, that is my store basically. So it's called the stakeholder. It's equal to use global state, and once is stakeholder to be there. So these are some vital data that we're going to be needing, and I'm going to show you how they come into play here. First thing first, I want to use effect to make sure that, you know, whenever this component is loaded, what it should do is to retrieve that proposer. All right, okay, should retrieve the proposer. That's all you should do. But here's the retrieve. We need to create that function. So we create retrieve proposer, and okay, so what do we need to do to retrieve the proposer? It needs to be an asynchronous request since we're working with the blockchain. Okay, and want to do await. Okay, get proposer. This proposer, we pass in the ID, which we are getting from the parameter from this use param. This ID, we pass in that ID into it, and then use a then because it returns, you know, a response to us. This one is a little bit different. It's configured to return a response. If you can see here, this return is returning a response. Okay, yeah, that is why we're using it this way. This then statement. And then inside of here, we're saying set proposer to be this response that I just got. And we also want to set data with this information. This is an array of objects, and the name is going to be called voters acceptees. Okay, is another key. This acceptee is going to be response dot upvote rejectees is going to be response dot down vote. Okay, so yeah, with that in place, now let's update some of this information. So let's first save and see if everything is, you know, there seems not to be any error. So let's come in and say this proposer now, okay, that is coming from here, set proposer, this response. So want to say title, all right, with this particular question mark because of the data will be slow in returning response. So we want to put this here just in case, so that at any time it's not available, it can show up. So let's save that and see. Okay, you see the real data is appearing now. So with that, you want to say, okay, this is going to be the amount, okay, that is to be paid out. So sorry, we say amount here, amount that is to be paid out, and then this is going to be called let's say proposer dot upvote plus proposers dot downvote. Okay, let's save that and see. Okay, 0 votes, 2 ether, 2.something ether, and then the expiration date is what is going on next. So for this expiration, I'm going to say days remaining. All right, days remaining, which you are getting from the store, and that days remaining is going to be proposer question mark dot duration. Save that, and the 0 days remaining, of course. Okay, I'm going to remove this because it's not needed. It's an extra parameter. So now let us populate this description here. For this description, come here and say, paste this, call this description, save that. Okay, it's describing the data correctly now. Now for this place called data, we're just going to supply this data that we'll get in here, this particular data that has just been set up. So getting that, let's say that and see. So I think I found out an error that I had missed out before about this chart, and I'm actually fixing it now. Look at what is going on here. This is supposed to be a self-closing tag. Okay, so this here supposed to have just ended in this place, so it's not supposed to extend or wrap all these whole things together. So now let me save that and see. This is how the chart basically looks like. These acceptees and these are rejectees. Okay, this is how they are represented. And now these two buttons will either enable a person to vote or accept or reject a proposal. And to do that, let's come here now. First of all, the ability to either accept or reject a proposal is solely given to people that are stakeholders. Okay, if it is a stakeholder, then that is a privilege. Otherwise, an ordinary contributor cannot participate in the affairs of voting. So let's create a function here. We're going to call it const on vote. It's an asynchronous function and it receives a choice. Pass it into this function. So if here we go again, date dot get time, sorry, not there, dot get time. Okay, is greater than this proposal dot duration, which should be wrapped around in number plus, of course, okay. So if this condition passes, so the current time, if it's greater than, if it has expired, if this has expired, okay, let it just say this toast, okay, and say the toast dot success, not dot success dot warning, what is it warning about? Proposal expired. Otherwise, you come here and then return an empty return an empty condition. Else you should just do await, okay, voted on, vote on proposer, and we actually passing that ID of this proposer and then the choice. All right, and then we can just simply echo out the success saying voted successfully. Okay, so now we cannot pass that on vote function. So these two buttons here. So this first one we cannot say on click. Once it is click, okay, we want to do this. Boom, here we want to pass through as what was voted for, and on rejecting we want to actually say false. Okay, great. So let's see those two things in action. So because it has already expired, it's not allowing you to what? Vote on this proposal. So how about we create a proposal right now and see. Okay, so testing. Okay, should donate to Peter Obi. Am I using political figures? Let's say to donate to what cause? You know, to rescue missions, and then want to say 3.5 ethers, and this is the address we're donating to. Let's do this lorem ipsum thing we normally do here. Okay, so now, okay, so let's paste that and submit proposals. Confirm. Okay, so this is the proposal right now. It's not being rejected, so that button is not showing. So I come here and click accept. You see, it's now prompting me to vote. I click vote. See, my vote has been recorded. So let's see another person. This person, let's come and vote to accept, confirm. See, these are two acceptees now. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about right here. So now, since that you are seeing that this works, okay, of course, if this person is not a stakeholder, let's say want to click on it, see that these buttons disappear because it's not a stakeholder. So let us return it to this. I want to be able to list out those that, you know, participated in the voting here. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay, so to do that, this particular button is completely unnecessary though, but I'm going to remove it later. So let's come to this particular component, which is the voters component. This is where we're going to spend the last of our time here together. So sorry, I'm going to come here and remove this bottom load more. Save that. Okay, there is no load more there. So now let's come here and what do we need to achieve here? So we want to do some stuff. We want to say const voters and what set voters, okay, and say this is use state. Boom, it's coming from React, and this is an array. This is going to hold all the voters for each, or for this particular proposer. So each proposers have their own voters. So the voters are going to be loaded into this what state variable. Okay, so let's say const data and what set data. Okay, is equal to use state. Okay, this is also an array, because what this does is to set some essential data that you're gonna soon be seeing in action. Just flow with me here, and I want to also get, you know, the ID for this particular proposer. So I'm going to say use params. All right, so I'm getting that ID there. I want to do something called time ago. Okay, this is a function, time ago, and it's going to use the moment library. So this timestamp, okay, and moment, I'm importing it from moment, not slash moment, so from moment, and I'm doing a number conversion of whatever timestamp I pass in here plus 00 figure, and then I say dot from now. Okay, so I use that to get the time from now, when, like, oh, this person voted 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, and all that. Okay, so that's the idea about that particular function. So now we need a use effect function. What it does is this. It's going to be asynchronous, of course. Okay, what it does is, once this is loaded, it's going to say await and list voters, which is actually coming from the blockchain, the service there. I'm passing this ID, then it's going to return, you know, we're going to return something for us, which is this, returning a list of voters each time we call on this method. So look at this return, it's coming from the blockchain. So now what do we do with that response that we're getting? We want to pass it in here and say set voters with this response, and also set data with this response. Okay, so those are the two things we're doing right there, and it should change for each one of these ID. So for every component, for every proposal that we visit, okay, let this happen. Okay, let this be relisted again. Okay, so with that done, and you can come down below here. We're gonna write a for loop here. Okay, I'm gonna cut this. I'll call this thing here const, this component called voter. Okay, and it's gonna pass the vote. So let's just format this properly. So what's going? So now we'll come here in this T body of say what are we saying? We're saying voters the map, mapping through that voters, and each voter including okay so each voter, we are simply saying this voter component, okay, and we're passing vote of what this voter, okay, and the key got this I. So let's see it in action. Okay, you see that 2 voters have been rendered, but their information, of course, is not great yet. We're gonna work on this. We're still improving it. Okay, these buttons. Okay, for now let's just move on. So the next thing we want to do is to start making sure that these things are real data. So for example, we're coming here and we're saying a vote dot what voter, okay, we want to also do that here, but with truncate function, and we're passing this voter 4411. So let's save that and see that this is shaping out properly. Now this time here we need to work on it. Instead of this time, we're going to say time ago function. The time ago function is not really useful in this place. So what is going to happen is I'm going to repackage the way we interact with this function here, around it here, and say return this, okay, and paste this function here. Then I come to this place here, time ago, and I pass in this vote dot what timestamp. Let's save that and see. Okay, 10 minutes ago each one of them. All right, so now that is been done, for these 2 buttons it has to be one and not the both of them rendering at the same time. So now I'm going to do this. I'm going to do voter dot choosing. Okay, if it is true, render that. If it is false, render this. Okay, if it is true, I want it to render accepted. Otherwise, you render rejected. Okay, this is vote, not voter. So let's save that. See, only one button shown at a time. Okay, so this is pretty cool right here. This is really cool, but we need to be able to click on this and filter through as well. So let us work on that as done before. So to do that, we can borrow a lift from this place, these proposers. We can borrow this function, come here and paste it below here, and instead of set proposers, basically you want to say set voters. This is going to be vote, and what are we targeting here? Want to say, is this vote, okay, dot choosing? Because if it is choosing, that means, you know, it is positive. So I only want to get those that accepted. Okay, the accepted folks, you know, this is what I'm trying to get here, the accepted folks. Why? What I'm trying to get here is the rejected folks. So I'm going to paste that here. So I'm going to say not. Okay, so the first one is accepted folks that accepted the proposal, and folks that rejected the proposal. That is what I'm just simply getting here. So I'm going to just copy this thing. I'm actually making a mistake here. So okay, I think that is much more streamlined. Excuse me. So we can come here and say on click should get all. Okay, here on click what not get closed, this should be get accepted, and this should be what get rejected. So get accepted, get rejected, no, sorry, accepted, get rejected on click, no, get rejected, so let's see all this in action. Let's refresh. There we go. The acceptees, rejectees, acceptees, or rejectees, all bring that. It works flawlessly. As of this time, all these things are kind of set and well, you know, you can see all these things. We're going to just do a random check. You can see this button called payout right here. I want to come here and change it to, I want to just make it look a little bit different. So I'm going to come to proposals. In this one, I'm going to change this red color to orange. So just to bring out some difference. Okay, now you can see. So how much, if you come here, this is 3.5 ethers that is to be paid to whomever, to the beneficiary of this particular proposal. And we know that the beneficiary in this case is this particular account, which has 100 ethers, and you can see how much we have currently is 10.4. So now let us remember, is a note is only a stakeholder that can actually interact with this button. So for example, what do I mean by that? Let's say this guy comes and click on this payout, it doesn't work. Okay, I don't think we actually attached any function to read yet, so we need to attach a function here to read that we enable us to you know, pay a beneficiary. All right, so we need to attach that function. So that function is going to be called, okay, I'm going to do this here, repackage this particular function, call this return. Okay, and then we'll say const handle payout, which is an asynchronous call. So say ID great, and then we'll say await payout beneficiary, and we're passing in this ID, and we're saying on completion you should run a toast notification saying success, and say beneficiary successfully paid out. Okay, so And with that, we can now go ahead and attach that function on click should what pay handle payout. Okay, so let's see that in action. So now this is a person that is not a stakeholder trying to click this. Let's see, this fails. Okay, what's the problem? Let's check it out. So the payout function receives an ID, contract, payout. This seems to be okay to me here. Okay. So now in this proposals place, payout beneficiary. Oh, this is where it's coming from. This ID, we need to grab it from, the ID is not really useful. Okay, we need this, the ID that we're passing in here. Let me show you. And where are you? Come on. Okay, this ID is supposed to be coming from the proposer, so we're supposed to say we don't really need to pass the ID this way. Instead, we say proposer dot what ID, like that. This is how we're supposed to pass it. Okay, so now that that is working, let's click on this. Let's see. Okay, payout is being launched properly. So let me reject this right now. Let me try to use a contributor's account and not a stakeholder's account. Let's click on this page and see, it's already giving you a warning that this is not going to pass. You understand that? Okay, say we are unable to estimate, there is a problem here, and say I want to proceed anyway. See, it fails. Why is it failing? Revert unauthorized stakeholders only. You can see the error clearly tells you there that a contributor can't pay out anybody. Okay, so see, his money just went out because of the gas fee. So now let's use a stakeholder's account and let's do this. So let's pay him out. Let's pay out that beneficiary. See, confirm, and it went out successfully. See, it turned to what? Paid. Okay, I saw that our DAO balance went down from 10 to what? 6 point something. And now when you come here and check on this particular account, you see the beneficiary have received the money. So this is what is going on in here. Okay, this is what is going on here. So I'm going to do one thing here just for the benefits of doubt so that you can see how this whole thing works. So for example, let's say this person contributes 1 Ether so that I can become a beneficiary. Now is a beneficiary. Want to launch a proposal. Let's say should construct new railway, and the proposal, the amount is actually let's say something like 2.9 Ethers. Okay, and the account that is receiving this money is gonna be let's just say this one. This one is going to be the one receiving the money. Okay, but it's being created by this particular. So I'm going to paste this here, and we're going to do a very quick voting section, first session, so that you can see how all the voting can be done, in a very split second. You can see rejectees and acceptees. You can see all of them together. So I'm going to paste this here. and click on submit. Okay, confirm. Okay, now I'm going to view this. I'm going to reject this one, this particular account. Reject, confirm. Okay, see, rejected. This person. Come here, and let's say this second account actually, accepted. Okay, accepted, rejected is 1:1 ratio, and then this last account is going to also reject. Okay, you can see the beautiful thing going on here. You can see how these are the statistics of those that rejected versus those that accepted this particular proposal. So this is how cool this system is, and once it is expired, it's going to show if you need to pay out or not based on whether the total number of people that actually voted for this upvoted were more than those that were downvoted. Okay, so let's just wait out and see how this, in I think 2 minutes is almost over here. So yeah, once 2 minutes is over, this is going to now show rejected. Okay, and before, while it is still happening, there is something I want to do. I want to like work on this button. I like this button the more. These buttons, they look more cooler. So I'm going to try to come to this proposals, but proposals detail. Okay, we are looking at this button configuration. Okay, this is for red. So if I come to, let's say, proposals, change it, all this orange, this is gonna be green, and this is gonna remain red. Let's see that. Not here though. So now you can see how cleaner these buttons look. Okay, see, this is rejected. You understand? It's rejected, so it has expired as well. And you can see how the buttons, they look a lot cleaner and smaller. Okay, I'm gonna rework on that here for here as well. So I'm gonna come to this component, voters here, change that to blue, and this one is gonna be red. So yeah, looks a lot cleaner. Okay, change that, see how cool they look and in this other view. So ladies and gentlemen, men and brethren, okay, this is how you create a decentralized autonomous organization. That took a while, but this is how you do it. And if you want to lengthen the duration before a contract expires, you can come here and lengthen it here and redeploy the smart contract to the network, and all these things will be represented properly. Okay, so like you can use 1 week, okay, and that will be 7 days. No, but for the tutorials, I don't like you guys waiting for 1 week, so I'm putting it at 2 minutes. Okay, and it's been very, very great working with you on this project. Like, this is an amazing project right here that you can use to start doing both your voting things and things concerning DAO. You can do all of that there. All of this is just amazing, man. I really love you guys, and I am going to sign out now. Please make sure that you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Okay, there are more things coming up on this channel. And yep, and I also want to remind you again, my book is out. Okay, go check it out. It's on Amazon, is also on a different platform. You know, I think it's cheaper in this platform, the platform below, so you can get it at a cheaper rate there. But if you like Amazon, you can get it at Amazon as well. So my courses are coming as well, so just keep an eye on that. Signing out here is Darlington Gospel, and please don't forget to follow me on Twitter, on LinkedIn, you know, and start these projects on my Git repository. Okay, I'm gonna see you guys in the next tutorial. Bye bye.